members à la prise.
Give me time. Yes.
Announcements none. Papers have been laid. Questions?
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've given notice of the following private notice question addressed to the Honourable Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations. Well, in regard to the hiring of migrant workers, he will state the measures put in place by his ministry following the coming into operation of Government Notice Number 129 of 2026 of the Workers' Rights Act 2019 to A, prevent the registration of shell associations, federations or cooperative societies created solely to bypass direct employer liabilities, and B, enforce compliance, audit remuneration, and prevent illegal sector hopping of migrant workers, and table specimen copies of the service agreement between the registered labour contractor and the employer, and the employment contract between the labour contractor and the migrant worker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for his private notice question, which gives me an opportunity to explain one of the major decisions taken by this government to ensure food security in Mauritius and ensure that small planters do not abandon their arable land. I'm informed by the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries that presently there are more than 8,000 arpents of sugarcane fields which are currently under abandoned state. 9,000 tons of sugarcane were left unharvested in the fields, mainly due to shortage of labor. Furthermore, there are 10,486 small planters in non-sugar sector, 1,125 breeders, and 870 tea planters registered with the Small Farmers Welfare Fund. There are also 8,140 sugarcane small planters registered with the Sugar Insurance Fund Board. My ministry is already facilitating the recruitment of foreign workers for the agricultural sector under the supervision of the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries through the Work Permit Committee of my ministry. However, for small planters, it is not economical to recruit individually the number of foreign workers required, as these workers are seasonal workers in seasonal demand, and you don't need those workers all year round. So as a solution, it was proposed that the same one worker would employ migrant workers, and then the same migrant worker would work for more than one hired
You mean
employee.
one employer?
There will be one. This is the concept of labor contractor.
You
The
said
labor
one worker.
contractor is one employer. He will recruit workers, migrant workers, and then those migrant workers would be supplied by the labor contractor to the hirer employer, which are going to be small planters and small breeders. Now, under the Workers' Rights Act, back in 2024, before I took office, there was already a provision relating to labor contractors. However, there was never any regulation proclaimed to give effect to this concept of labor contractor because a number of concerns had been raised by trade unions. So accordingly, a tripartite meeting was called under my chairmanship on the 10th of March 2026 to gather the views of trade unions, small planters, Mauritius Cane Industry Association and Authority, and other stakeholders. After discussion, the following points were agreed. And I stress, representatives of trade unions were at that meeting. So the agreed points were as follows. First, regulation will be made for the registration of labor contractors, and labor contractors will be permitted to supply migrant workers to qualified hirers only in the agricultural sector, subject to certain eligibility criteria being applicable to them. Only cooperative, federation, and association having small planters and farmers as members would be eligible to act as labor contractors. The migrant workers will be assigned to small planters and breeders as defined in the Small Farmers Welfare Fund Act 2002. Safeguards will be introduced to uphold the principle of equal remuneration for work of equal value as provided for under Section 26 of the Workers' Rights Act. The employment contract between labor contractor and the worker would also clearly specify the occupation in which the worker will be engaged and the rate of remuneration applicable. The labor contractor and the hirer shall jointly and severally be liable for occupational safety and health of the worker, including for diseases potentially contracted by workers related to his occupation. The lodging accommodation shall be provided by the labor contractor, who should also apply for relevant permits. The worker should have the choice to either arrange for his own food or opt for the labor contractor to provide same, and in the latter case, the amount to be withheld from his remuneration must be specified in the employment contract and should not exceed 3,000 rupees per month. And finally, the Mauritius Cane Industry Authority would act as a facilitator, and together with my ministry, the Mauritius Cane Industry Authority will be responsible for ensuring that the rights of the migrant workers are respected and upheld, and employers as well as their hirers deliver on their obligation. The Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security and Blue Economy concurred with the points of consensus and also informed a list of qualified hirers, that is, the small planters and small breeders, will be compiled and provided for this pilot project by the Mauritius Cane Industry Authority, and B, upon their arrival, training on local agricultural practices will be provided by the Mauritius Cane Industry Authority and the Food and Agricultural Research and Extension Institute to all migrant workers on the occupation that they will engage thereafter. On the 27th of March 2026, government agreed to regulations being made under Section 29A, 29B, and 124 of the Workers' Rights Act for the registration of labor contractor and to enable the supply of migrant workers to small planters and small farmers by the labor contractors in the agricultural sector. Madam Speaker, subsequently, my ministry held further consultation with the Ministry of Agro-Industry and the Mauritius Cane Industry Authority with a view to finalizing the draft Workers' Rights Labor Contractor Agricultural Sector Regulation 2026. And further provisions were included in the regulation to ensure the occupational safety and health of workers, that adequate safeguard will be provided in the regulations. The registration for labour contractor would be valid for 3 years initially. On 18th July 2026, the regulations were published in the Government Gazette. As regard to Part A of the question, following extensive consultation with the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, the Mauritius Cane Industry Authority, the trade union and representative of small planters, government decided that only registered federation, association, or cooperative society having as members small planters and small breeders may apply to be registered as labour contractor. No private company, no employment agency, no recruitment agency, or other service providers will be eligible to act as labour contractor under the regulation. Pursuant to Regulation 5.1, the labour contractor can only supply migrant workers to small planters or small breeders who are registered. Now, as you know, small planters and small breeders are limitatively defined in the Small Farmers Welfare Fund Act. Furthermore, all sugarcane planters need to be registered with the Sugar Insurance Fund Board, who operates under the aegis of the Ministry of Agro, to supply the cane to the mills and benefit from subsidies and income after sale. For vegetable, tea plantation, and other crops, small planters need to be registered through the Small Farmers Welfare Fund, and they are given a membership card with an identification number. Therefore, it is very easy to identify who are the small farmers and who are the small planters. So we are not opening the floodgate for any hirer in agricultural sector. It will be only the registered small farmers and small breeders who will be able to act as hirer. Now, before a federation, association, or cooperative society may even apply to my ministry to register as a labour contractor, it must be validly registered with the registrar of association, or the registrar of cooperative societies. For association, before an association is registered, the association for small planters or small breeders, they need to file a copy of the rules with the registrar of association. The registrar of association will have to verify under the rules whether membership is for small breeders and small farmers. In addition, they need to supply a list of members to the registrar of association. Again, the registrar of association can verify that they are only small breeders and small farmers. The registrar of association can ask for further information in case of uncertainty. For example, he can require a copy of the registration card of the small breeder and the small planter to ensure that only the federation, corporate, and association who has as members small planters and small breeders will qualify under this regime. And a similar regime is applicable for cooperative society. Again, for the registrar of cooperative can ask for all information to ensure that the members are small breeders and small planters. In addition, Madam Speakers, the ministry will verify, my ministry will verify the authenticity of the documents submitted, including legal registration of the organization, its membership and composition and financial standing before we will license a labour contractor. There would be a technical committee which is going to examine application for labour contractor, which will consist, among others, of representative of my ministry, representative of agri-industry and the Prime Minister's office. So again, acting as another filter to ensure that only labour contractors who has as members small planters and small breeders would be given the permit to recruit for hire. And after registration, oversight will continue Registration is valid for 3 years. In that period of time, there would be inspection carried out by officers of my ministry and the Labour Division and the Employment Division. The Mauritius Cane Industry Authority will also carry out the necessary investigation to ensure that the foreign workers are only recruited to work for small planters and small breeders. Now, with regard to the risk of labour contractor being used to bypass direct employer liabilities as set out in the P&Q, with due respect, this risk is totally misconceived. As per section 29B, subsection 2B of the Workers' Rights Act, the labour contractor is the employer of the migrant workers and assumes the corresponding employer obligations under the Workers' Rights Act. Section 26, subsection 1B of the Workers' Rights Act provide clearly that where an employer has recourse to a job contractor, the job contractor shall ensure that the remuneration of the worker employed by him is no less favorable than the employer employed by the principal employer when performing work of equal value. That section was applicable for job contractors. Now, in the regulation, we have a similar provision applicable to labor contractors. So now the labor contractor must ensure that the hirer pays at least the same remuneration to the migrant worker than the remuneration that they are paying to their own employees, to ensure the concept of same pay for same work. In addition, Section 29C of the Workers' Rights Act provide for joint liability between the labor contractor and the hirer employer in specified circumstances, such as the payment of remuneration, safety, health, and welfare of workers, thereby ensuring that the rights and entitlement of migrant workers remain fully protected. The liability of hirer employer is also clear from Section 29C, subsection 6 of the Workers' Rights Act. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the possibility of an employer trying to avoid liability by having recourse to a labor contractor simply doesn't arise, because the hirer will also be jointly and severally liable with the labor contractor if there is any breach of occupation, health and safety rules, or non-payment of remuneration, or overtime not being paid. All these Workers' Rights Act, there will be joint liability for the labor contractor and the hirer employer. As regards Part B of the question concerning enforcing compliance and preventing illegal sector hopping by migrant workers, as I mentioned previously, there will be post-registration inspection carried out by officers of my ministry at the level of the Labour Division and the Employment Division. These inspections will, of course, include verifying that the migrant workers have been assigned exclusively for small planters and small breeders, and that the work actually being performed corresponds to the job, the occupation and job description specified in the employment contract. With regard to remuneration, Regulation 6 is clear that the remuneration relating to the job category or occupation will be regulated by the applicable remuneration regulation applicable to the agricultural sector. The applicable remuneration regulation are, for example, the Field Crop and Orchard Workers Remuneration Regulation, the Livestock Workers Remuneration Regulation, the Sugar Industry Agricultural Workers Regulation, the Sugar Industry Non-Agricultural Worker Regulation, the Tea Industry Workers Regulation. Furthermore, pursuant to Regulation 5.2, the rate of remuneration applicable to the job category which the migrant worker has agreed to perform will already be listed in the employment contract. For example, if a migrant worker, according to his employment contract, he will have to work for a small planter for a certain period of time, and then for a small breeder for another period of time, for the work he's performing with the small planter, he has to be paid at least the same rate as provided in the applicable remuneration. Similarly, for the work performed with the small breeder, he will have to be paid at the rate specified in the applicable remuneration. And all this have to be set out in his employment contract. Now, as regards the contract of employment between labour contractor and migrant worker, a template is currently being worked out by officers of my ministry in consultation with the State Law Office. The regulations at Regulation 5.2 already provides the information to be included in that employment contract and includes A, the qualification and skills of the migrant worker, B, the job description of the task or occupation to be performed by the migrant worker, C, the rate of remuneration applicable to the job category in respect of which the worker is offered employment and other terms and conditions of his employment, D, a clause prohibiting the migrant worker taking up employment outside agricultural sector, and E, the corresponding monthly deduction to be made from his remuneration where the migrant worker opts to be provided with food. And there are also other information to be provided by the labour contractor to the worker under Section 29B, subsection 4 of the Workers' Rights Act. As regards the contract between the hirer and the labour contractor, which is also specified in the PNQ, there is no prescribed format for the agreement between the labour contractor and the hirer, and therefore we don't have a template at the level of the ministry. However, the labour contractor must ensure that the hirer employer does not request the migrant worker to perform tasks which fall outside the scope of his job description and which requires qualification or skills other than those specified in his employment agreement.
Thank you. Next. First supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. He stated in his reply that tripartite meetings were held and that trade unions were agreeable to the concept, that new concept of labour contractor with certain conditions. Can I ask the Honourable Minister how many such meetings were held, and will he table the notes of meeting where the trade unions said that they are agreeable to the concept of labour contractor upon certain conditions?
There was one meeting held on the 10th of March 2026. Representative of workers' organization included representative of the joint negotiating panel, the CTSP, FPU, and Federation of Agricultural, Allied Industries and other workers' union. I'll have to check with State Law Office. If there is no issue with tabling the minutes, I will table it.
Okay. Second question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether the first recruitment of workers under these new regulations, first he said, will be done on a pilot basis? Does he confirm that? And whether the first importation will be restricted to 1,000 labourers only or more?
I confirm that this is being done on a pilot basis. And may I remind the Honourable Leader of Opposition that this is an initiative by the Ministry of Agro to try to ensure that small planters don't desert their arable land. So we'll see on the first step. We have not set a limit on the number of workers to be recruited. And we have not yet received any application for job contractors. So we will have to see how many federation, association, cooperative are applying to be registered for labour. And then in consultation with the Ministry of Agro, we'll see whether we need to restrict the necessary permits.
Your colleague stated that there will be a first batch of 1,000 workers and then a second batch of 2,500 workers. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House when the first batch of laborers is expected to reach the country, and where will they be accommodated? Because his colleague stated that they might be accommodated in the quarters of Metro Express workers. Will you confirm that?
Like I said, Madam Speaker, we have not received, as at today, any request for registration of labour contractor. But what is already provided in the regulation is that the labour contractor will obviously need to make arrangement for the accommodation of all the migrant workers, and the appropriate lodging accommodation permit will have to be sought. Clearance will have to be received from the Ministry of Health to see the state of the building, and clearance will have to be sought from the from the Fire Clearance Department and from the local government authorities to see whether there is a building and land use permit. And then my ministry will issue the lodging accommodation permit. So I don't know. If, for example, you mentioned the use of the Metro Express, which had been used previously, which has been used, yes, which has been used previously,
Don't talk to me.
with regard to the accommodation which had been used by Larsen and Toubro when they were constructing the Metro Express. If there is a request, of course, a request to use these premises as lodging and accommodation for the migrant workers, of course, this will be given due consideration by my ministry.
Yes, now you talk.
Yes.
Your next
Can the Honourable Minister confirm whether the first batch, I put it this way, of 1,000 workers will be exclusively for the sugar sector, and will it be only for small planters or also for the corporate sector?
Okay, as I said, Madam Speaker, I didn't venture for the figure of 1,000. Okay? The labour contractor will be given a permit only to supply the migrant workers to small planters and small breeders. Now, small planters include small planters in the agriculture, in the sugar sector, and non-sugar, vegetables, tea planters. All these will be eligible as long as they fall within the definition of small planter under the law.
Next question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. With regard to the rate of remuneration, which we understand will be as per remuneration orders, can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether there will be two different salary levels, that is, the migrant workers' salary based on remuneration orders and that of local workers as per collective agreement signed?
Absolutely not. In Mauritius, we don't discriminate between Mauritian worker and foreign worker. So if there is a collective agreement and the rate applicable is more favorable to the employee than for the migrant worker, then that will be applicable. Because remember, I mentioned it, Madam Speaker, we made a specific provision, and that was one of the requests made by the trade unions, that we need to have equal pay for equal work. So in the regulation that we have enacted, it is clear that the hirer cannot pay more to a Mauritian worker than it is paying to a migrant worker. It will be the same rate, same value, same pay.
Thank you. Yes. Your
Yes.
next question.
The Honourable Minister admitted some time back in this House that his ministry currently lacks the administrative power to impose penalties on employers who fail to renew work permits, and that the law will be amended to give the ministry power to sanction these illegal employers. May we know where matters are with regard to the new legislation?
Yes, we have already made a request to the State Law Office, and we have received legal advice from the State Law Office, and officers of our ministry are currently working on a series of administrative sanctions that can be imposed. And when the text is ready, we'll come to Parliament, because that will require legislative amendment. We can't do it by way of regulation.
On another
Yes.
note, Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether he is aware that many seasonal workers of the sugar sector have not benefited from the Workfare Programme fund since the beginning of this year?
I'm not aware of it, but I certainly ask my officers to look into the matter, because the whole purpose of the welfare program is to come to the rescue of workers who have found themselves out of job through no fault of theirs, and give them at least for 1 year a minimum remuneration, a minimum allowance, so that they can keep on paying their debt, their obligations.
Yes?
Yes.
Another question?
Will the Honourable Minister inform the House how his ministry will monitor compliance across multiple specific remuneration regulations? For example, sugar sector versus tea sector rates when migrant workers will be deployed across different plantations in the country?
This is why, Madam Speaker, the regulations make clear that in the employment contract, we need to already specify what occupation, what grade the migrant worker is going to perform. And therefore, we will have the corresponding salary, and this work contract, like all work agreement between migrant worker and an employer in Mauritius, will be vetted at the level of my ministry. So the officers of my ministry will ensure that in the employment contract, for the grade that is specified in the contract, you will have the corresponding remuneration payable under the applicable remuneration order.
Yes. We're nearing the end. Do you have another question? Yes?
Yeah, I've got 2 more questions,
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Okay,
Thank
I'll
you.
give you 2 questions.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House what safeguards have been put in place by his ministry to prevent labour contractors from forcing migrant workers into performing tasks outside their scope of work?
Again, this is already in the law. You can't force, neither can the labor contractor nor the hirer employer, can they force a worker to perform work that is outside the scope of their employment contract. Now, we will carry out spot inspection, but I understand that officers from the Mauritius Cane Industry Authority also will be carrying out a spot check to ensure compliance.
Thank you. Last question.
But when he mentioned spot checks, he has only 10 officers in the migrant unit of his ministry. Now, last question, Madam Speaker. Will the Honourable Minister confirm that the agreement between the labour contractor and the migrant worker guarantee a minimum of working hours or a guaranteed basic salary if a small planter or breeder temporarily has no work available?
Yes, well, if we look at, for example, Regulation 7 of the regulation, duties of hirer employer, the hirer employer shall comply with the condition of employment, including the number of working hours and rest period for the migrant worker. And subsection 9, any person who contravenes these regulations shall commit an offence. So it's already catered for in the regulation. But I agree with the Leader of Opposition, we will need to have additional staff to ensure proper monitoring and inspection, and we can only turn to the Ministry of Finance to give us additional staff.
Thank you very much, everybody. So now we go to questions addressed to the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable First Member for Vacqua-Floréal, please.
B 1081, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I previously stated in the House, Government has already initiated a number of measures to make up for the higher expenditure expected from the removal of the means testing of the state age pension, so that we can bring down the budget deficit and the public sector debt. One of the key measures being undertaken in the reprioritization of capital projects outlined in the budget and in the high-level committee chaired by the Secretary of the Cabinet has been set up to look into the reprioritization of the implementation of the capital projects while ensuring that economic growth is not adversely affected. This is one of the mitigation measures that is expected to rationalize spending in the capital budget that would potentially accentuate the impact of the expected additional spending on the stage rate pension for the fiscal year 2026-2027, which amounts to about 6.2 billion rupees. That is additional expenditure that we have to see. Government is pursuing an investment-led growth model rather than a consumption-driven approach, and as such, investment in public sector projects, especially those that crowd in public investment, is vital to economic growth. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the criteria applicable for the reprioritization of projects are as follows. First, assessment of a project's preparedness and readiness for implementation. Projects with significant implementation challenges and risk of persistent bottlenecks such as land acquisition issues, way leaves, clearances and permits, and procurement delays may be reprioritized until the necessary conditions for successful delivery are in place. Second, we are reviewing a project's expected economic and social costs and benefits, value for money, and the availability of alternative options that could achieve similar objectives more effectively or at a lower cost. Third, consideration of the alternative financing models to ensure that the public sector investment projects are implemented as planned while reducing the fiscal burden. Fourth, assessment of the affordability and fiscal sustainability of a project, taking into account future funding requirements, operating and maintenance costs, cash flow implications, and any contingent liabilities. Projects that place excessive pressure on fiscal resources may be considered for rescheduling or scope reduction. With regard to Part B of the question, the House may wish to note that the motorway M4 project dates back to 2009 and forms part of the broader National Road Decongestion Program. In 2009, there were about 366,000 vehicles on our roads, compared to some 760,000 vehicles in 2026, which is an increase of almost 100%, Madam Speaker. The motorway M4 has been identified by government as a priority national infrastructure project to enhance regional connectivity, improve traffic circulation between the eastern, central, and northern regions of the island, and promotes balanced socio-economic development. Previous feasibility and detailed engineering studies have confirmed the project's technical feasibility and economic viability and established a preferred alignment extending approximately 29.7 kilometers from Bel Air Road to the fallback roundabout on motorway M2. It will certainly contribute to rebalancing economic development, stimulating investment, creating an employment during construction, supporting tourism, and promoting commercial and residential development along the north-eastern corridor of the island. Madam Speaker, regarding the criteria on preparedness and readiness for capital projects, I'm informed that the M4 highway project is fully ready in terms of land acquisition, updated technical and feasibility reports, and tender documents. The funding for this project has already been secured after successful discussions with the Government of India under the concessionary financing terms. Deferring such a project would also lead to more increase in cost in the future. I'm also informed that the environmental issues raised in the region of Fernie have been addressed. I'm further informed that the original plan has been modified so that the proposed corridor will not go through any environmental sensitive areas in the region of Fernie. Madam Speaker, I would think the Honourable Member is too young to remember, but in 2005, as Prime Minister, I took prompt action to prevent the highway project, which had already started to go through the Valley de Fernie despite objections from environmentalists, very valid objections. I went there to look for myself. Also, I must say, Madam Speaker, the African Development Bank refused to stop the project. They said it has already been funded, all the work has been done, therefore they would want to continue with the project. I summoned the representative of the African Development Bank to my office to explain to him why I will maintain my decision in spite of the fact that funds have already been provided for. We cannot allow this because it will be a textbook example of an ecological disaster. So, Madam Speaker, government is also working on several other measures, including examining the expenditure of each ministry, acting on the findings of the Director of Audit Report, and identifying areas where expenditure could be rationalized. This will be under the chairmanship of the Deputy Financial Secretary. B, identifying areas of duplication, inefficiency, and wastage, and implementing concrete actions to improve efficiency without compromising on the service delivery. C, reviewing our overall tax system with a view to enhancing its fairness, efficiency, and international competitiveness. And D, disposing of selected non-strategic assets, as well as the potential listing of certain state-owned enterprises on the stock exchange with a view to unlocking value and monetizing its shareholdings. The committee will ensure that in spite of very stringent budget constraints, public sector investment projects will remain impactful and transformational. Madam Speaker, the high-level committee, chaired by the Secretary of the Cabinet, will also look into the M4 motorway project as part of the broader assessment of capital projects included in the budget and the public sector investment program. It takes into account the importance of this transformational project, its strategic value, and the long-term benefits to the country. I also wish to inform the House, Madam Speaker, that a project monitoring and implementation unit will be set up shortly in my office. This unit will be headed by a professional from the private sector, and it will be empowered to have recourse to foreign expertise with a view to ensuring that major infrastructural projects are delivered in a timely manner and within the approved budget.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Yes.
Bon, merci, j'en ai quelques-unes. L'honorable
On
Premier
va dire
ministre,
une pour commencer.
Ok, merci. L'honorable Premier ministre a mentionné l'augmentation du parc automobile pour justifier la construction de la nouvelle autoroute M4. Il a aussi mentionné les long-term benefits. Est-ce que l'honorable Premier ministre peut nous dire si le comité a ou va examiner l'augmentation du trafic induit qui risque d'arriver suite à la construction de la nouvelle autoroute? Je m'explique. L'honorable Premier ministre est certainement au courant du phénomène qu'on appelle induced demand. Une étude avait été commandée cette année même par le gouvernement britannique et a conclu au fait que lorsqu'on augmente j'ai déjà posé la question, j'explique simplement. Lorsqu'on augmente la capacité routière, le trafic s'ajuste à la nouvelle offre et le parc automobile continue de croître et la congestion routière revient. Est-ce que ce phénomène a été pris en considération par le comité ou le sera pour l'avenir?
In fact, this happens already in Mauritius, in certain areas where the traffic is flowing correctly, and then you get all these bouchons de trafic at l'extérieur. They are looking at this. I know that. I don't know the details of what they are actually looking at, but I know this is one of the things they're looking at.
But you'll bear it in mind.
Yeah.
Of course, yes.
C'est un phénomène international, ce n'est pas juste un pays. L'honorable Premier ministre peut-il nous dire si le comité a vérifié que le projet d'autoroute M4 dispose d'une étude d'impact environnemental actuelle, mais surtout pour l'ensemble du projet, c'est-à-dire sur un tracé définitivement arrêté?
In fact, on the 24th of April of this year, an environmental impact assessment report was submitted to the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change. Subsequently, the Ministry provided comments on that EIA report, and in parallel, a detailed project report for the motorway is undergoing an independent review by the Export-Import Bank of India, that is Exim Bank, for financing this project. Following the approval of the detailed project report by the Indian authorities, I understand that the EIA report will be revised as necessary to incorporate comments of the Ministry and any changes arising from the approved report. And therefore, it will be resubmitted to the environment in accordance to the Environment Act.
Okay.
D'un point de vue environnemental, le projet n'est pas encore réellement prêt.
No comments.
L'honorable
Please ask a question.
Premier ministre pourrait confirmer la valeur totale du projet et si les 10,8 milliards concernent uniquement le trajet Forbach-Bel Air.
Yes, in fact, I can confirm that, Madam Speaker. I'm looking whether I can find the exact figure, but I know I can confirm these details.
Yes? Last question.
L'honorable
Yes.
Premier ministre pourrait informer la Chambre comment concrètement ce projet va bénéficier à
Oui,
l'économie
2004.
locale, c'est-à-dire est-ce que les prestataires seront locaux, mis à part le consultant qui travaille déjà sur le projet depuis plusieurs années, est-ce que les prestataires pourront être locaux et comment cela va bénéficier concrètement à l'économie locale et à la croissance?
Can you answer this question, Prime
I've
Minister?
answered in my answer. The feeling is that it will definitely benefit us, first of all, for traffic congestion, as I explained earlier on. Secondly, it will create economic activity in that region. It will be paid to local people will get jobs. And thirdly, the tourism sector will benefit as well.
Yes, Mr. Bichuk.
Yes, merci, Madame la Présidente. Can the Honourable Minister please inform the
Prime
House?
Minister.
Prime Minister, please inform the House when this project, which is warmly welcomed by the people of the rural constituencies of number 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10,
Question.
start. Thank you.
When can it start?
When we start, it will have to be subject to all these things it's nearly ready, as Honourable Rona Benganger just said. It's actually nearly ready, but we have to take into consideration what the final report will say and also what the Exim Bank will say.
Yes, Honourable Third Member for Port Louis South and Port Louis Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1082.
Madam Speaker, with regards to part A1 and A2 of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from the 1st of January 2021 to the 15th of July 2026, a total of 731 reported cases of crime involving the use of knives, sabers, and other bladed weapons were reported to the police. And of these, 697 persons were injured and 40 persons have lost their lives. In regards to part B of the question, the manufacture, sale, possession of offensive weapons are already regulated under Section 233, 233A, and 233B of the Criminal Code. And the Section 29 of the Criminal Code as well. There's a supplementary act. The Criminal Code, inter alia, regulates specified offensive weapons such as stilettos, daggers, knives in the shape of daggers, bayonets, and sword sticks, as well as the sale of knives, cutlasses, and other bladed and pointed instruments. The penalties for offences under the Criminal Code are as follows. Section 2331, imprisonment not exceeding 5 years. Section 2332, fine not exceeding 25,000 rupees. Section 233A, a fine not exceeding 25,000 rupees and an imprisonment not exceeding 10 years. Section 233B, a fine not exceeding 25,000 rupees and an imprisonment not exceeding 4 years. Madam Speaker, the Criminal Code Supplementary Act also makes it an offence to possess an offensive weapon in a public place without lawful authority or reasonable excuse. This legislation provides for penalties, including imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years and a fine not exceeding 100,000 rupees. I'm also informed, Madam Speaker, that the police regularly carry out targeted crackdown operations, intelligence-led policing, and joint patrols by the SMF and the SSU in crime-prone areas and in public places to detect, inter alia, to detect and deter the unlawful possession of offensive weapons, including knives and other bladed weapons. These operations form part of the police duties to combat crime and maintain public order. I should add that from January-June of last year, the police have established 65 cases of bearing offensive weapon. Let me also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank PC 5525, Le Gris, for having courageously intervened while he was driving on his motorcycle going home near London supermarket in Bakwa, and he was off duty, but he saw a crowd of people had gathered around, an individual who was assaulting a lady with a saber and tried to run his vehicle over that lady. Everyone was watching passively. Nobody was doing anything. He got off his motorbike. He intervened courageously. He intervened. He himself got injured with a weapon, but he still intervened and stopped what was happening. This is the kind of behavior we expect from police officers. And these are the police officers that will be high on the list for promotions. I also wish to make an appeal to people who witness such behavior. They have to take action. They cannot just stand there and watch, because non-assistance à des personnes en danger is an offense under our laws.
Yes, one question, yes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether there will be given due consideration for the regulation of online sales of offensive weapons, swords, daggers, pointed knives, and also firearms, which are becoming something very easily to acquire these days. Thank you.
Certainly ask the Commissioner of Police to look into that.
You want another question? I could give you 4 if you want. Yes, next question. Next question, Honourable Second Member for Savane.
Madame la Présidente, s'il vous plaît, B 1083.
Madam Speaker, the House will recall that the State of the Economy document prepared by the Ministry of Finance highlighted the precarious financial position of a number of public bodies and state-owned enterprises. Their substantial and growing indebtedness, together with the increasing contingent liabilities that they pose, particularly in terms of the significant accumulated level of actuarial deficits in their pension funds, constitutes significant risk to the sustainability of public finances. The report further noted that years of inadequate financial oversight and a growing dependence on borrowing had placed considerable strain on government finances, hence the need for decisive actions to restore fiscal discipline, strengthen governance, and improve the financial resilience of these entities. Madam Speaker, according to information compiled by the Ministry of Finance, as at the end of June 2026, 5 parastatal bodies had outstanding loans of a total of 18.6 billion rupees, of which 15.4 billion were from commercial banks and 3.2 billion from other financial institutions. The House will note that under the previous regime, the outstanding debt of parastatal bodies more than doubled, increasing from 6.2 billion as at the end of December 2014, when we were out of office, to 15.9 billion rupees at the end of December 2024. That is practically more than double, in fact. It has more than doubled. Debt had more than doubled. They were just giving money, no control, no fiscal responsibility at all. This sharp increase in indebtedness was driven primarily by both the borrowing requirements of the Central Electricity Board, whose outstanding debt rose from 3.4 billion rupees to 10.3 billion rupees, and the State Trading Corporation, whose debt increased from 1.1 billion to 5.3 billion. This is the kind of government the MSM led. And this we are paying the consequences now. I must also highlight, Madam Speaker, that in addition to these 5 parastatal bodies, a further 20 state-owned enterprises had a total outstanding debt amounting to 48.9 billion rupees as at the end of June of this year. Of this amount, 16.5 billion was owned by commercial banks, while 32.4 billion was from other financial institutions, including 7.2 billion rupees borrowed from the Bank of Mauritius. The level of debt-owned enterprises more than tripled, not double, tripled under the previous government, increasing from 15.1 billion in December 2014 to 54.3 billion rupees at the end of December 2024. The main drivers in this substantial increase in debt were the Metro Express Limited, the Mobank Holdings Limited, and Mauritius Telecom. Amongst others, In addition, the debt levels of the Development Bank of Mauritius, the Industrial Finance Corporation of Mauritius, and the State Investment Corporation Limited increased significantly following the implementation of the various very dubious support schemes introduced in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. These schemes were financed through a line of credit, again provided by the Bank of Mauritius. Madam Speaker, the significant increase in the indebtedness of the parastatal bodies and the state-owned enterprises reflects the consequences of the previous government's total lack of fiscal discipline, as I said, and its reckless and systematic failure to control public sector borrowing. The accumulation of debt obligations has placed additional pressure on public finances, reduced fiscal space for priority investments, and increased the government's exposure to financial risk, including contingent liabilities. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, since 2020, government has had to provide a total of 14.4 billion rupees as support mainly to the state-owned enterprises so that they can honor the debt repayment obligations. These include 7.9 billion rupees provided by to the National Property Fund in financial year 2020-2021 to enable the company to settle syndicated loans taken for the repayment of super cash back gold scheme policyholders. Another 3.6 billion rupees provided to NPFL during the past 2 financial years to enable the company to repay the line of credit extended by the Bank of Mauritius for the settlement of claims of SCBG policyholders and investors of Brahma Assets Management Limited. C. 1.5 billion provided to the Metro Express Limited since 2021 to enable the company to pay interest on the line of credit from Exim Bank of India for the implementation of the Metro project. And fourth, 1.4 billion rupees provided to Mobank Holdings Limited in the financial year 2025-2026 to enable the company to meet its debt obligations towards the African Development Bank Limited and the Mobank Limited. Madam Speaker, if we consider the amounts injected for the repayment to policyholders of the super cash back gold scheme, this comes to a total of 11.4 billion rupees of public money injected under the previous MSM regime. In the aftermath of the deliberate and brutal decision by the previous regime to liquidate the ex-BAI conglomerate, the former Prime Minister and his Minister of Good Governance had publicly stated that not one single rupee from public funds would be injected into any bailout activity. Blinded by the political vendetta, their action led to a direct hit on the public sector debt. This is the truth, Madam Speaker. It turned out, they said no rupee from the public funds. It turned out that the then Minister of Public Good Governance, it was a lie, a total lie, because I mentioned the figure that was used from public funds. Billions of rupees, Madam Speaker, billions of rupees from public funds were used. It was a deliberate lie, and today some are trying to get political virginity as if they are the saints. These are the people that we have to be careful about, and I hope the population of Mauritius will remember all those things when the time comes. In this financial year, a total provision of 1.9 billion rupees has been made to provide funds to Mobank Holdings Limited and Metro Express Limited to enable them to meet their debt repayment obligations. Clearly, Madam Speaker, the situation underscores urgent need. There is an urgent need for corrective measures in order to save the long-term financial sustainability of our parastatal and state-owned enterprises. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that a number of public bodies are currently preparing or implementing restructuring plans aimed at strengthening the financial position, involving operational sustainability and minimizing the impact on public finances. These will include Metro Express Limited, which is currently preparing a transformation plan focused on enhancing its financial performance by strengthening operational efficiency and diversifying revenue streams. B, Mauritius Post Limited is expanding its sources of revenue and optimizing its branch network. As part of these measures, the prices of postage stamps and the fees charged for the repayment of utility bills have already been revised upwards. C, Bank Holdings Limited is currently working on measures to accelerate recoveries of arrears in loan repayments, expenditure rationalization, review of fees charged, and the disposal of its non-core assets. And D, the Development Bank of Mauritius is reviewing its processes and procedures for recovery of arrears, revamping the loan and leasing products, and monetizing its unused building space. The bank has already reviewed the interest rate charge on loans and leasing facilities. Madam Speaker, as announced in the 2026-2027 budget speech, a steering committee on public sector efficiency, which I will chair, will be established to identify areas of duplication, inefficiency, and waste across the public sector. Every ministry and department will be required to submit to the committee a concrete action plan setting out measures to enhance efficiency and eliminate waste while maintaining the quality and continuity of public service delivery. Madam Speaker, government remains committed to restoring the financial sustainability of public bodies and strengthening fiscal discipline across the public sector. The restructuring measures being implemented are intended to improve operational efficiency, enhance financial performance, and reduce reliance on government support. These reforms will contribute to safeguarding public finances while ensuring that public bodies continue to deliver essential services effectively and sustainably.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Yes? No? Okay. Yes, of course.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Would the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House who was the Minister of Good Governance at that time? Thank you.
We all know it was Mr. Woshibada. That was the minister.
Thank you. I will, first of all, honourable members, we have been advised that B1084 has been withdrawn. I will allow one last question. That's Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigue. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B1085, please.
Madam Speaker, as regards to part A of the question, as the House is aware, in January 2022, the Government of the Republic of India provided a grant of 400 million rupees for the implementation of small development projects. Out of this grant, an amount of 19 million rupees has been allocated for the implementation of infrastructural and sustainable development projects in Rodrigue. I can table the list. It's a bit long, otherwise I can read it, but I propose to table the list of projects being funded under the Indian grant for Rodrigues Island, including the completion dates. As regards to part B of the question, it is to be noted that funds are released by the Government of India on a reimbursement basis. At that date, some 18.4 million rupees has been spent, of which 13 million in financial year 2024-2025, and the remaining 5.4 million in financial year 2025-2026. As regards part C of the question, I'm informed that by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, that the provision of 1 million for the financial year 2026-2027 relates to retention money in respect to the Eau Claire Community Centre project.
Thank you. Yes. Now, table has been advised that following PQs have been withdrawn: B1086, B1088, B1091. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Okay. Now we go to questions addressed to honourable ministers. Honourable Third Member for Beaubassin, Petite Rivière.
1093.
Madame la Présidente, avec votre permission, je répondrai ensemble aux questions B1093 et B1111 de l'honorable KZN. Madame la Présidente, Correct est une application numérique dotée d'un service de signalement des fuites d'eau. Elle permet au public de signaler directement les fuites en indiquant leur localisation et en joignant des photos. Cette plateforme permet également aux utilisateurs de suivre l'état de leur signalement en temps réel. Au niveau de la CWA, la plateforme de signalement numérique devrait améliorer la gestion des opérations de réparation des fuites en permettant la réception, l'enregistrement, l'attribution et le suivi rapide des fuites signalées. Elle complète également les canaux de signalement des plaintes déjà disponibles à la CWA, le CIEX. Madame la Présidente, depuis le lancement de l'application Correct, j'ai appris qu'entre le 13 et le 16 juillet 2026, la CWA a reçu 39 signalements de fuites d'eau sur la plateforme. Les fuites signalées sont évaluées, classées selon leur gravité, leur impact opérationnel, leurs conséquences sur la sécurité publique et le volume d'eau perdue. La CWA m'informe également que l'application classe les fuites par niveau de gravité, faible, moyen, élevé, critique. Les fuites critiques sont supposées faire l'objet d'une intervention immédiate afin de minimiser les pertes d'eau et de rétablir l'approvisionnement. Les fuites de gravité moyenne élevées sont considérées comme urgentes et peuvent s'aggraver rapidement si elles ne sont pas traitées. C'est pourquoi le délai d'intervention est supposé être de 24 heures. La catégorie faible concerne les fuites courantes. Il s'agit des défauts mineurs présentant des risques opérationnels ou la sécurité minime et ayant un impact limité sur l'approvisionnement en eau. Ils doivent être réparés dans les 72 heures, ce qui est souvent pas le cas. Madame la Présidente, concernant les points B et C de la question 1093, la CWA m'informe qu'elle a actuellement 42 équipes internes, soit 126 agents répartis sur l'ensemble des zones d'approvisionnement, les 6 zones du pays, en eau. Ces équipes sont déployées quotidiennement pour intervenir en cas de fuite signalée. Madame la Présidente, afin de renforcer ses capacités opérationnelles, suite à l'introduction de Correct, la CWA propose de faire appel à des entreprises spécialisées privées pour les travaux de réparation des fuites, en complément de ses équipes internes. À cet égard, les dossiers d'appel d'offres pour les contrats de réparation des fuites sont en cours de finalisation au niveau de la CWA. Cette stratégie garantira la disponibilité de ressources dédiées à la réparation des fuites. Donc une équipe dans chaque zone pour réparer les fuites, que pour réparer les fuites. En améliorant ainsi les délais d'intervention, qui sont bien plus longs de ce qu'on préconise, réduisant le nombre de fuites en attente, permettant une intervention rapide. Pour la zone d'approvisionnement d'eau dans le nord, le contrat a été attribué déjà et les travaux devraient commencer d'ici fin juillet 2026. Donc, une équipe pour le nord en ce qui concerne la réparation des fuites, outre l'équipe interne. Pour les autres zones, la procédure d'appel d'offres est en cours et les contrats devraient être attribués d'ici fin août 2026. Les entreprises sous-traitées devraient intervenir sur 15 fuites par jour.
Yes, Mr. Kiran.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre si de nouveaux véhicules, équipements, matériels ont été acquis afin de renforcer les équipes d'intervention de la CWA?
Et nous avons des équipes internes, des équipes internes dont nous avons 126 agents, donc qui sont équipés pour travailler avec les véhicules que nous avons, Mais ce que nous allons faire, c'est que nous allons aussi prendre des contracteurs privés dans chaque zone. Donc les contracteurs privés vont être là avec leur transport, avec leurs équipements, avec la main-d'œuvre et aussi des ouvriers qualifiés pour pouvoir intervenir rapidement, d'après Correct, selon la gravité des fuites. Donc, bien souvent, moi personnellement, je rapporte des cas. Hein. Beaucoup de ministres, beaucoup de personnes me rapportent des cas et je rapporte ces cas-là, CWA, mais je dirais que les interventions, bien souvent, tardent. Je ne suis pas personnellement satisfait, ça tarde des fois. Donc, dépendant de la gravité, s'il y a des gravités quand même critiques, nous demandons à ce que l'équipe interne de la CWA intervienne assez rapidement, mais pour répondre à ce que Correct va mettre de suppléments sur la plateforme, nous avons décidé de prendre des contracteurs privés pour intervenir.
Monsieur Kazan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although I fully welcome the measures announced by the Minister, may I ask the Honourable Minister to indicate whether an escalation mechanism will be established for water leakage that remain unattended beyond a prescribed period. As he mentioned, some leakages are supposed to be resolved within a period of 24 hours. Thank you.
Je dirais que selon le protocole de la CWA, critique, moyen, faible, élevé, mais supposé être 24 heures. Ben, je mentirais si je le dirais à la Chambre qu'effectivement la CWA agit en 24 heures. Donc, bon, on me donne des dizaines de raisons. L'équipe était ailleurs, il y a eu pas mal de fuites, et nous avons dû intervenir sur des sites critiques. Mais que ce soit 24 heures, que ce soit 72 heures, je sais très bien que bien souvent on n'arrive pas à tenir. C'est pour cette raison que la décision a été prise de renforcer l'équipe. Mais disons que Correct va nous permettre de suivre en temps réel, sur cette plateforme, en temps réel, ce qui se passe quand quelqu'un signale une fuite quelque part en temps réel, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé après 12 heures, 13 heures, 24 heures. Donc nous avons avec Correct cette possibilité de suivre. Oui.
Yes.
Merci,
Et
Madame la
second
Présidente.
question.
Donc, il est clair que le nombre de cas signalés par le public va certainement augmenter suite à la mise en place de l'application Correct. Donc, de ce fait, l'honorable ministre peut-il préciser si la CWA suit des indicateurs de performance pour chaque équipe de réparation et si ces résultats sont régulièrement évalués?
Oui. Les résultats sont régulièrement évalués. Oui, mais cela vaut ce que cela vaut à la CWA. Vous savez? Donc, je mentirai encore une fois pour dire que tout est rose, tout est bon. Loin de là. C'est pour cette raison que j'ai demandé au conseil d'administration de louer les services des contracteurs privés qui seront tenus de faire 15 fuites par jour. Donc, l'équipe de la CWA ne fait pas que des fuites. L'équipe de la CWA fait entre autres les fuites, mais autre chose aussi, les raccordements, autre chose. Donc, c'est pour cette raison que nous avons des rapports venant de la CWA en nous disant que oui, effectivement, ils l'ont fait. Pour vous donner un exemple, permettez-moi, Madame la Présidente, j'ai reçu l'équipe du Nord avec le ministre Oudjit et l'honorable Roukni dans la semaine concernant les problèmes dans la circonscription numéro 5 du Premier ministre. J'étais étonné, stomaqué d'entendre qu'il y avait une pièce à changer et les gens de la circonscription numéro 5 m'ont fait savoir que la pièce qu'on changeait, mais la pièce était endommagée le lendemain. Donc en 4 reprises, il fallait refouiller, rechanger. J'ai fait appeler les responsables de la CWA en présence des 2 honorables membres et on m'a confirmé effectivement que cette pièce est défectueuse. Et là, j'ai fait demander combien de ces pièces nous avons actuellement pour le pays. On m'a dit on a 6 000 unités dans le store. Nous avons fait une commande de 24 000. J'ai demandé au General Manager du CEB et de la CWA, mais qu'est-ce que vous avez fait depuis? Depuis que vous avez su, depuis 1 mois, vous savez déjà que la pièce ne pouvait pas être servie. Il a fait savoir au procurement. J'ai dit que je suis nullement satisfait. Nullement satisfait. Et là, les 6 000 pièces défectueuses vont être retournées au quincaillerie et on va devoir changer. Pour vous donner une idée comment cela a été pendant longtemps.
Okay. Honourable third member for Grand Bay Profondo.
Merci Madame la Présidente. B1094, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that on the 17th December 2020, a memorandum of understanding was signed between the then Ministry of Youth, Empowerment, Sport and Recreation and EVACO Limited for the construction of a football ground, a pétanque court and outdoor gym, a kid corner and related amenities and infrastructure on a plot of land of some 13,000 square meters, which is vested in my ministry at Chemin 20 Pieds, Cap Malheureux. I'm informed that as of date, only the football ground and fencing around the football has been completed. Infrastructural works, such as the construction of the changing room, administrative block and stand, are still pending, as well as the construction of other amenities, such as outdoor gym, kid corner, among others. Since May 2025, regular meetings and follow-up were made by my ministry with the company for the completion of the project. Unfortunately, in May 2026, EVACO Limited was placed under receivership. Madam Speaker, in view of this situation, our ministry saw the advice of the Attorney-General Office on the 12th June 2026 regarding the MOU signed with the company on the 23rd June 2026. The Solicitor General advised my ministry that the receiver manager of EVACO Limited be informed that my ministry no longer wishes to proceed with the construction of the amenities as per the MOU, taking into consideration the present circumstances, and the necessary procedures will be undertaken for taking back the plot of land. Accordingly, on 6 July 2026, my ministry issued a letter to the joint receiver and managers of EVACO Limited, requesting them to inform whether the project would be completed as planned. They were further informed that should they not proceed with the completion of the project, my ministry would initiate necessary action to retrieve the said plot of land. The managers have, on 16 July 2026, verbally informed my ministry that they have duly received the letter and official reply will be made in 2 weeks' time. Madam Speaker, it is to be noted that the public is authorized to use the football playground for physical activities. It is also used for the École de Foot, where training sessions for young players are regularly conducted. Temporary solar floodlights have also been installed for the use of the playground in low light conditions.
Yes, one question, yes?
Yeah, can the Honourable Minister provide information on the reasons why the MOU was signed between the Ministry of Sports and EVACO at the first stage?
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that a toss track committee was being chaired by the former Prime Minister in 2018 for facilitating implementation of property development project. One of the projects on the agenda of that committee was the development of 163 residential units, 54 duplexes, restaurant and retail spaces on freehold land and an extent of 45A 30P at Cap Malheureux by the EVACO Limited under the Property Development Scheme. The proposed project was adjacent to the public football ground located on the extent of state line of 4,350 mètres carrés, vested in the Ministry of Youth and Sport, part of the public football ground, to an extent of 1,500 meters square, was overlapping the proposed PDS project, which ultimately affected the construction of 4 villas by Evaco Limited. The promoter has requested in June 2018 the Ministry of Housing and Land the following: to lease state land on an extent of 5,820 meters square for the development of a football ground and related amenities located adjacent to the Cap Malheureux Government School, to lease state land of an extent of 1,500 meters square, which was vested in the Ministry of Youth and Sport for the construction of the Badminton Sports Center. In December 2018, the Ministry of Housing and Land issued a correspondence to Evaco Limited, copied to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, regarding its no objection for the latter ministry to allow the promoter to construct a badminton center, a 1,500 meters, over part of the existing football ground. On the other hand, the promoter would construct a new football ground with related infrastructure comprising, among others, a pétanque court, jogging track, and state land vested in the Ministry of Youth and Sport, located adjacent to the Cap Malheureux Government School. A memorandum of understanding was accordingly signed in December 2020. However, as at date, only the football playground and fencing have been constructed around the playground within the length of an extent of 13,361 meters square, vested in the Ministry of Youth and Sport and located adjacent to the Cap Malheureux Government School.
Okay, you have another question? No. Okay, we will now break for 1.5 hours.
Please be seated. The Honourable Third Member for Councilability Amoka.
B1095, please.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to present my apologies because I have a sore throat. I am informed that the road marking
Try to be short then because of your voice.
No, but the reply is what is going to be because it's quite technical. I am informed that the road marking team of the TRMSU operates with a local workforce of 8 employees consisting of 3 painters and 5 tradesmen assistants. To maximize its efficiency, the team executes road safety and traffic management improvements through 2 distinct operational arms, that is, an in-house civil works team and secondly, an in-house road marking team, which does center lines, edge lines, yellow lines, pedestrian crossings and directional arrows, which are critical to road safety. Deputy Speaker, sir, for major, highly specialized and large-scale projects, my ministry avails the services of 2 specialized contractors under a framework agreement. The services of these contractors are engaged to supplement our in-house capacity. For the benefit of the House, I wish to clarify that the statutory responsibility for the maintenance of road markings, Deputy Speaker, sir, is clearly demarcated under Section 4 of the Road Traffic Act, Section 28 of the Road Traffic Act, and Section 52A of the Local Government Act. Under these legal frameworks, the statutory responsibility for the remarking and maintenance of road markings is explicitly divided based on road classification. That is, for classified roads and main roads, it is under the responsibility of the Road Development Authority, and for subsidiary and secondary roads under the local government, meaning municipal council, municipal council and village councils. Right? I'm stressing on this point because time and again there's a misconception from among the public that the 3RMSU or my ministry is responsible for all of that, but that is not the case. The law is very clear on this. More, Deputy Speaker, sir, as a matter of established operational practice, the TRMSU holds direct responsibility for the initial provision, however, and layout of road markings associated with on-street parking restrictions, while the ongoing upkeep and maintenance of all lines, like I said earlier, falls under the responsibility of the Highway Authority. Now, furthermore, the TRMSU retains the end-to-end operational responsibility. Turning to Part A of the question, Deputy Speaker, sir, I am tabling a copy of the scheme of service of painters and tradesmen's assistants, which is here. I would like to highlight that the daily output of the road marking team is governed by a predetermined, approved task works. Regarding Part B of the question, Deputy Speaker, sir, the road marking team is deployed island-wide. My ministry receives a vast number of requests from MPs, local authorities, public bodies, and citizens. Given our current in-house manpower and budgetary provisions, it is not always possible to satisfy every request. However, we do our best, right, within the budgetary. I'm nearing soon. While all requests are fully justified and have some degree of urgency, and it is tackled on a case-to-case basis. Deputy Speaker, sir, in response to Part C of the question, I am informed that establishment of road marking teams consists of 3 permanent painters, 2 permanent tradesmen assistant, and 3 temporary tradesmen assistant. None of these positions are currently held on contract basis, as originally thought in the question.
Yes.
Will the Minister inform the House the time frame between the approval and the implementation of the road markings and raised pedestrian crossing?
Like I said, if it is a matter of urgency, I can talk to the Honourable Member. And if the team at the locality there are not, performing to the extent possible, Honourable Architect also spoke to me lately, I'm going to perhaps contemplate a reshufflement of engineers and technical officers so that, things get moving in a more dynamic way.
The Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port as well.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PQB 1096.
Thank you very much, sir. Honourable Member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that out of the 14 fisheries posts under the purview of the ministry, 3 are located in the constituency number 11, Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel, namely Grand-Port Southeast Fisheries Post, Bambou-Vieilleux Fisheries Post, and Mayberg Fisheries Post. Now, a total of 21 applications for fishermen cards have been received at these 3 fisheries posts during the past year. 5 applications at Grand Rivière Southeast, 8 applications at Bambou-Vieilleux, and 8 applications at Mayberg. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that all these 21 applications cannot be processed for the time being as they do not meet the eligible criteria as follows, and I will highlight those criteria. The applicant fishers ought to have submitted a valid certificate of character. Unfortunately, none of them has submitted such a certificate. 2, the applicant fisher has to submit a recommendation letter from a registered line and fish aggregating device off-lagoon fisher, attesting that the applicant fisher is fishing along with the registered fisher in his boat. Now, in 16 applications, the applicants have not submitted such a recommendation letter. The fishing activities of the applicant fisher shall be monitored for a consecutive period of 6 months, and the fisher shall have fished at least 75% of the fishing days, excluding bad weather days, Sundays, and public holidays in a month. None of these 16 applicant fishers has provided a record of the catch, and therefore they are deemed not to be engaged in fishing activities. The applicants have been informed to submit the required documents, following which the applications will be considered. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I refer the honourable member to replies made to PQB/987 at the sitting of 11th November 2025 and PQB/38 at the sitting of 17th March 2026, respectively, where I had informed the House that our lagoons have been overexploited and depleted over the years. In fact, during the period 2022-2024, a total of 1,190 fishermen cards were issued, out of which 709 fishermen cards were issued in the year 2024 only. It is to be highlighted that in September 2024, 416 new fishermen were issued just prior to general elections. Now, with a view to allow lagoons to rejuvenate, registered artisanal fishers are being encouraged to fish off lagoon and around fish aggregating devices. Grant of 300,000 rupees per eligible fisher for the purchase of canot and 1 million rupees for individual fisher for the purchase of semi-industrial fishing vessels are being provided. 6 million are being allocated to cooperative societies for the purchase of semi-industrial fishing vessels of less than 24 meters.
Yes. I thank the Honourable Minister. From a reply to a previous PQ addressed to the Honourable Minister, I recall that it was not a prerequisite to obtain a valid certificate, save and except for conviction in respect of drug dealing cases. Is that still the case?
No, drug dealing cases, of course, we cannot entertain. But in relation to what you've said, I have taken up the issue with the officers and the Permanent Secretary. This is the advice and reply given to me. But nothing stops us. If you want to come to the office, we certainly can have a talk and see what can be done to entertain some of the applications of some of the apprentice fishers. All right?
Yes.
Could the Honourable Minister indicate to the House whether his ministry intends, obviously I've taken note of his reply, but whether his ministry intends to issue new fishermen's card, and if so, a timeline as to say?
If there are cases which deserve to be processed, no problem. If there are deserving cases. Otherwise, I've highlighted the problem that you're currently facing, our lagoon is depleted, and we have to allow, our lagoons to be restored, giving it the necessary time and measures taken to allow to.
Honourable Third Member for Portlaoise South and Portlaoise Central.
B1097, please.
Monsieur le Vice-président, et le règlement 2026, donc sur l'efficacité énergétique, est entré en vigueur le 1er mai 2026 et demeurera applicable jusqu'au 1er novembre 2026. Ce règlement vise à limiter l'utilisation de l'électricité du réseau pour certaines activités non essentielles, notamment l'éclairage décoratif, l'illumination extérieure des bâtiments lorsqu'elle n'est pas requise pour des raisons de sécurité, l'utilisation de la climatisation dans les locaux non résidentiels à une température de 24 degrés, ainsi que le maintien de l'éclairage des terrains de jeu extérieurs lorsqu'ils ne sont pas utilisés. Il convient de souligner que ces dispositions ne s'appliquent pas au secteur résidentiel. De même, les services essentiels et les infrastructures critiques telles que les hôpitaux, les cliniques, les aéroports, etc., ne sont exemptés de ces restrictions. Cette mesure a été approuvée par le gouvernement dans le contexte des tensions géopolitiques persistantes au Moyen-Orient et de leurs répercussions sur les marchés mondiaux. Elle vise à atténuer les effets de la volatilité des prix du fuel. Monsieur le Vice-président, concernant la partie A de la question, le règlement vise une réduction durable de la demande d'électricité d'environ 5 MW par jour. D'environ 5 MW. En hiver, on arrive à le faire. J'espère qu'en été, c'est le cas. Sur l'ensemble de la période d'application, soit le 1er mai au 1er novembre 2026, cette réduction devrait permettre une économie estimée à 4500 tonnes métriques de fuel HFO. 4500 métriques tonnes. Monsieur le Vice-président, les mesures que comprennent notamment ces règlements, un système de signalement par le public, donc un numéro de téléphone, la collaboration de la police, nous travaillons en collaboration, IMO et la police, des inspections ciblées sur le terrain, des actions de sensibilisation et d'information. Concernant la partie B de la question, je tiens à préciser que le règlement prévoit une approche progressive en matière d'application, privilégiant d'abord les mesures correctives avant toute sanction. Lorsqu'un cas de non-conformité est constaté, à la suite d'une inspection et après réception d'une plainte, l'IMO de mon ministère émet un avis formel de conformité, précisant la nature de l'infraction et accordant généralement un délai de 5 jours pour y remédier. Monsieur le Vice-président, l'IMO, comme je le disais un peu plus tôt, privilégie avant tout une approche basée sur la sensibilisation, la coopération et l'accompagnement des opérateurs. Donc, depuis l'entrée en vigueur du règlement, nous avons eu 92 plaintes qui ont été enregistrées, 81 inspections ont été réalisées. L'IMO a émis 29 avis de conformité. Parmi les organisations concernées, 17 ont déjà mis en œuvre les mesures correctives, donc c'est un bon signe, et informé l'IMO. Des inspections de suivi sont actuellement en cours de vérifier, et actuellement, il n'y a aucune poursuite.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether his ministry will consider extending this program after the 1st of November this year, taking into consideration the whims and fancies of the warring parties in the Middle East, particularly the Strait of Hormuz.
Disons que ce règlement c'est pour 6 mois. J'ai amené ça au cabinet au Conseil des ministres qui a été approuvé pour 6 mois dans le cadre de ce qui s'est passé au Moyen-Orient avec le prix des cargaisons que nous recevons. Certainement, nous allons étudier, l'IMO, Marina et le CEB vont étudier la possibilité d'extendre. Si c'est nécessaire d'extendre, on va extendre, oui, bien sûr.
Okay, last one.
May I ask the Honourable Minister whether his ministry will consider the mandatory use of solar panel to lighten designs, publicities on malls, shopping malls, and also on classified roads.
Très bonne proposition. Je transmettrai cela aux collectivités locales et au ministère des Infrastructures publiques.
The Honourable First Member for Vacua-Floréal.
B 1098, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the House may wish to note that the atmospheric pollution issue in the area of Lac-Kénik, Residence Coquillage, is not a new one. I'm aware that recurrent complaints have been received from inhabitants regarding odor nuisance, black smoke, and deposits of black soot emanating from industries in the industrial area adjoining the residential zone of Lac-Kénik. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that over the past 5 years, 22 complaints relating to odor and black smoke nuisances, including deposit of black soot, have been received in the concerned area. And a total of 10 ambient air monitoring exercises have been carried out during that period by the National Environmental Laboratory of my ministry. Recently, odor complaints were received at the level of my ministry on the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th of July 2026. The complaints were promptly attended by officers of my ministry, including Police de l'Environnement and the National Environmental Laboratory. I'm informed that on the 8th of July 2026, the odor nuisance was caused by an accidental overflow of oil from the thermal oil tank at one of the industries in the region. The oil was contained and collected on the same day in an intermediate bulk container tank. Additionally, on the 10th and 11th July 2026, there were alleged liquefied petroleum gas-like odor nuisances reported by the inhabitants of Lac-Kénik. Accordingly, the National Environmental Laboratory of my ministry carried out 4 ambient air monitoring exercises by using gaseous analyzers during the period 9th July 2026 to 11th July 2026 in the Lac-Kénik area. No dangerous level of the toxic gases were detected at the time of measurement. I'm tabling a copy of the report submitted by the National Environmental Laboratory. So, Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that, conscious of the need to ensure the safety of inhabitants, my ministry has since 2022 installed 2 air quality sensors at Lac-Kénik to monitor ambient air quality in the real time. The sensors continuously monitor 4 parameters, namely particulate matter, PM10 and PM2.5, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, and ozone. It is to be noted that the monitoring results from the sensors for that period were also compliant with the Environment Protection Standards of Air for Air Regulations 1998. I'm further informed that the 2 industries in the area, namely CMT and Fine Cross Limited, are being monitored through post-environmental impact assessment monitoring and industrial waste audit mechanisms. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, under the post-environmental impact assessment monitoring mechanism, the industries are required to submit environmental monitoring reports comprising stack and ambient air monitoring on a quarterly and yearly basis, respectively. The industry where recent complaints have been received had submitted its last environmental monitoring report on the 17th March 2026. Air monitoring results for both stack and ambient conducted in February 2026 showed that the parameters measured are within the norms of Environment Protection Standards for Air Regulations 1998. I wish to point out that the concerned industry is monitored on a monthly basis. The last report was submitted in March 2026 for monitoring tests conducted in February 2026 at the level of a preliminary environmental report, environmental impact assessment, and strategic environment assessment monitoring committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, under the industrial waste audit mechanism, there are 2 listed industries in the immediate vicinity of the Residence Coquillage, which are required to submit progress reports on the environmental management plan to my ministry annually. As part of this report, they have to submit ambient air and stack emissions monitoring results as applicable. I wish to inform the House that 1 non-compliance was observed in the period 5th to 28th October 2021. Level of sulfur dioxide was not compliant on several occasions. With regards to one of the industries, namely CMT, accordingly, the industry was requested to implement remedial measures. Thereafter, additional conditions with respect to air monitoring were imposed in 2022 in the EI license, namely submission of stack
monitoring on a quarterly basis and ambient air quality monitoring to be carried out within the nearest residential agglomeration on a yearly basis. To date, no non-compliances have been noted.
Yes.
Je vous remercie. L'honorable ministre a mentionné les Standards Air Regulations qui datent de 1998. Pourrait-il nous dire quand est-ce que le ministère va revoir ces standards puisqu'ils sont clairement obsolètes?
These standards are in the process of being reviewed. We are long overdue.
Des questions?
J'ai pris note qu'il a mentionné qu'il y a des stations qui ont été positionnées à la tour Kénique précisément. Je voudrais savoir si l'honorable ministre est au courant que les émissions de fumée de cette usine dont il a fait mention, deviennent plus denses et plus importantes aux alentours de 19 heures. Donc, est-ce que le ministère a mis en place dans son programme de monitoring une surveillance spécifique à ces heures-là et dans cette région? Est-ce que les résultats pourraient être rendus publics sur le site du ministère pour rassurer les habitants?
There is constant monitoring about CMT and other industries. These industries are new, and Coquillage was set up in the housing estate well after the industries were there. So we are monitoring, and we have no problem in putting on the website. But as far as I'm concerned, I've not received any complaint as such, even the MPs are concerned. So we will be monitoring constantly, and we've got to prevent the industries working as well.
The Honourable First Member for Montaille-Blanche, Grande Rivière South-East.
Une dernière, s'il vous plaît, parce qu'il a mentionné qu'il n'y a pas eu de complainte.
Okay, last one.
L'honorable ministre a fait mention qu'il n'y a pas eu de complainte des MPs. Vous-même, vous aviez déjà fait des complaintes dans le passé. Il y a eu des complaintes des députés de cette circonscription depuis 20 ans. Et du coup, je devais demander à l'honorable ministre, est-ce que son ministère a fait la liaison avec le ministère de la Santé pour évaluer les impacts sur la santé de ses habitants qui se plaignent de problèmes de bronches, de toutes sortes de problèmes de santé depuis des années?
I don't know if you have talked to the engineer minister, but you have not talked to me. You have not informed as far as you're concerned. But I have not received any complaint as such with my colleague. So if I had received complaint, I would have acted. So I would have acted promptly. You know, we are working. So anyway, we are monitoring, and this question of Lato Kénique and industries is not a new problem. So there is permanent monitoring. You have to update whatever norms we have to, but we also care for the inhabitants.
The Honourable First Member for Montaille-Blanche.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, B1099.
I wish to thank the Honourable Member for bringing this question before the House. The Mauritius Society for Animal Welfare operates within existing budgetary and human resource constraints. Despite these constraints, the MSO remains fully committed to fulfilling its statutory mandate of promoting animal welfare, enforcing the relevant provisions of the law, responding to complaints, and encouraging responsible pet ownership. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the MSO and the Ministry continue to explore measures aimed at strengthening animal welfare and addressing the issue of stray dogs in a more sustainable manner. It is noted that assistance from experts to the Indian High Commission has already been solicited to support these efforts, and collaboration with other international experts and organizations with proven experience in the management of stray dog populations is being explored. As the House is aware, the Ministry has secured grant assistance from the Government of India, estimated at 2 billion rupees, for the implementation of the Animal Hospital and Veterinary School project. In this context, the project is being revised to extend its scope to include the construction of a sizable sanctuary for dogs, thereby enhancing the country's capacity to provide appropriate care and welfare for stray and abandoned dogs. Discussions have been initiated with the Indian High Commission of India in Mauritius to revise the scope of the project. With regards to Part A of the question, I'm informed by MSO that a total of 3,790 dogs were captured under the Catch, Neuter, Release program over the past 12 months all over the island. As regards Part A2 of the question, I'm informed that the exact location of the capture is recorded using GPS pin location at time of capture. After being microchipped with details identifying them as unowned dogs, ear tag, sterilized with status regarding capture release location, 1,966 stray dogs have been released following full recovery from surgery into the same locality where they were originally captured. 1,486 dogs have been handed over to the care of volunteers and rescuers who regularly look after them in their respective localities. All information is recorded in the database of MSOR. However, some dogs are retained at the MSOR based on specific circumstances. Under the CNR program, stray dogs which cannot be released are accommodated at MSOR shelter facilities, and during the financial year 2025-2026, MSOR sheltered around 160 dogs. Other circumstances include ongoing police cases, persistent aggressive behavior, or severe illness. Euthanasia is also carried out where deemed necessary based on human veterinary grounds in accordance with the provisions of the Animal Welfare Act 2013, as well as established veterinary protocol. 178 dogs have been euthanized in the financial year 2025-2026. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, you may wish to note that MSOR is accountable to my ministry for the implementation and outcome of its program.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Yes, I thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. Given that each dog is ear tagged or microchipped, with geolocation recorded at capture, will the Honourable Minister ask MSOR to publish the auditable register matching capture location to release location for every dog processed?
Well, I would have no problem to impress upon them to give us the information, and then I will circulate it.
Yes, you have another one?
Yes, Honourable Minister, there have been reference to serious allegations that transfer of captured dogs and cats from the MSOR to a private company. Has any investigation been carried out into that effect?
As far as I know, I've not heard any adverse report, but if you have substantive cases, or please, by all means, give them to me.
The Honourable First Member for Hydrographic, I understand the Honourable Minister of Health will reply to that question.
B. 1100.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I shall reply to this question. Stillbirth is defined as birth of a baby showing no signs of life at or after 28 completed weeks of gestation. It is a tragic event with significant emotional, psychological, and social consequences for the mother and the family. The causes of stillbirth are multifactorial and may be related to maternal, fetal, or placental factors. These include maternal conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, infections, obesity, and other chronic diseases, fetal abnormalities, growth restrictions and infections, as well as placental insufficiency, placental abruption, and umbilical cord complications. Despite thorough investigations, the cause remains unexplained in a proportion of cases. According to Statistics Mauritius, the overall number of stillbirths has shown a declining trend over the recent years, decreasing from 141 cases in 2020 to a provisional figure of 105 cases in 2025. The predicted figure for 2026 is 97 cases based on data available from January to April 2026. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the principles and provisions of a national loss and bereavement support policy are fully embedded within our comprehensive national sexual and Reproductive Health Policy 2022 and its accompanying implementation plan 2022 to 2027, prepared with the technical support of WHO. The documents are available in the Ministry for perusal. Within this comprehensive framework, the delivery of medical, psychological, and social support to women and families experiencing pregnancy loss is provided for inter alia, psychological care, and referral pathways to hospital psychologists and psychiatrists where required. Support from medical social workers for families experiencing social or emotional difficulties, strengthening the training of healthcare professionals in maternal health and bereavement-sensitive care, and home visit by midwives and community health care officers for assessment, counseling, and support. A patient-centered, respectful, and life course approach to sexual and reproductive health services, integration of postnatal clinics at primary health care level to ensure continued follow-up of mothers, and to summarize a comprehensive antenatal, intrapartum, and postnatal care. Following a stillbirth, mothers receive comprehensive medical care, including delivery and postnatal management. Appropriate investigation to identify the likely causes of stillbirth were indicated. Counseling regarding the findings and advice for future pregnancies. Emotional and psychological support is provided by the attending obstetric and midwifery teams. When necessary, women and their families are referred to psychologists, psychiatrists, or medical social workers for specialized assessment and counseling. Particular attention is given to women exhibiting prolonged grief, depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, suicidal ideation, or difficulties in subsequent pregnancies, so that timely intervention and follow-up can be provided. In addition, under Workers' Rights Act, women who experience a stillbirth are entitled to the same statutory maternity leave as mothers of live-born babies, thereby allowing adequate time for physical recovery, emotional healing, and appropriate follow-up. My ministry is also examining the introduction of a maternal and perinatal death surveillance and response (MPDSR) program, which will enable every maternal and perinatal deaths, including stillbirth, to be systematically reviewed in order to identify avoidable factors, improve quality of care, and reduce preventable deaths. Finally, prevention remains the cornerstone of our strategy. All pregnant women continue to have access to free, comprehensive antenatal and obstetric care, including preconception care, early booking, regular antenatal follow-up, laboratory investigation, obstetric ultrasound examination, screening and treatment of maternal condition, fetal growth monitoring, specialist surveillance of high-risk pregnancies, and timely referral to specialist obstetric services. My ministry remains fully committed to continuously strengthening maternal and newborn health services in line with international best practices.
I wish to thank the Minister, the Honourable Minister, for his reply, but I wish also to know, in his substantive capacity, whether the Ministry of Gender, Equality and Family Welfare is working with the Ministry of Health, is collaborating with the Ministry of Health in working on a national pregnancy loss and bereavement support policy.
The answer is in the positive. Definitely, we have got regular meetings with officials of the ministry.
The Honourable Second Member for Belarus, Kalbo.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président B1101.
Deputy Speaker, sir, the allocation of taxi licenses for any locality is determined based on the level of bus services available thereat, the number of taxi licenses already granted, if any, and the adequacy or otherwise of taxi services available to residents to meet their 24-hour needs, along with other relevant considerations such as population figure and existence of social, residential and economic activities within the area. With regard to Part A of the question, Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the NLTA that once the need for granting taxi licenses is identified in a specific area, applications are invited through public communique issued by the NLTA. Interested applicants must satisfy the following eligibility criteria. Number 1, residence. Number 2, licensing. They must be licensed taxi operators. Commitment to service. Prior history. Employment status. Student status. Record of conviction. That means they must not be employed, they must not be students, they should not have criminal record. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, these applications are subsequently inquired into individually by the Inspectorate of the NLTA, heard by the Licensing Board, which then submits its recommendation to the Chief Commissioner for approval or rejection in accordance with the relevant provisions under the National Land Transport Authority Act and applicable regulations. Due to the acute shortage of road transport inspectors, with only 15 inspectors in post out of 45 on establishment, considerable delays have been registered in the completion of assessments of needs, inquiries and processing of applicants in respect of taxis and other licenses. And we are doing our level best to recruit, because prior to the election, no recruitment was done. And in 2014, there were 51, if I'm told, and today we have only 15 road transport inspectors. That is why the level of service at the NLTA has dropped considerably. In regard to taxi, specifically to taxi, Deputy Speaker, sir, I am advised that my ministry instructed the NLTA some 6 months ago to carry out an island-wide survey in order to assess the required number of licenses to be issued, including at commercial centers and hotels. While seeking information for the purpose of this PQ, my ministry has been informed by the NLTA that no island-wide survey has been carried out to assess the demand for taxi licenses at various localities. I am given to understand that the survey relating to commercial centers is being carried out, but that has not been completed. As regard to hotels, a report on the survey has been carried out in September 2022, has been submitted, and this report is being considered valid for present licensing needs. As the House is aware, the NLTA, besides issuing licenses, conducts a lot of other activities. But then, while acknowledged that the fact that NLTA is working with a significant level of inspectorate staff, I am convinced that the office was given a reasonably long time to complete the island-wide survey. For taxi-wise, I must say that I'm utterly disappointed by the inaction of the NLTA on that issue, and I've given the officer in charge a strong piece of my mind on this very embarrassing matter. In the context, giving a tentative time frame for the processing and issue of the licenses for taxis, as requested by the Honourable Member, may be difficult, but I wish to assure the House that the PSC, following advertisement only last year, has conducted interviews and additional inspectors will soon be appointed. The OIC NLTA has meanwhile been officially requested to complete the survey and to come up with a work plan to expedite the processing and determination of all pending and new applications. Deputy Speaker, sir, to end, with regard to Part C of the question, I am informed that there are 293 taxi licenses already granted to residents in constituency number 18, which has a population of around 81,000 inhabitants. These taxis ply for hire from 30 bases of operation. As mentioned earlier, the NLTA has been requested to complete the survey on the need for taxis, including in constituency number 18. It will be therefore be premature at this stage to know how many licenses will eventually be granted for that constituency. Based on the outcome of this exercise, applications will, if deemed necessary, be invited from residents of the localities concerned, and this is applicable island-wide.
Yes.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Given the increasing population, commercial activities and transport demand in constituency number 18, will the Honourable Minister consider allocating an adequate number of taxi licenses to residents of Belrose, Quatre-Bornes? Thank you, Mr.
Deputy Speaker, sir, like I mentioned earlier, there are 293 taxi operators for 80,000 population. This amount to about 276 persons for one taxi. But then the rule of thumb is 1 to 600. But then there are many out of them who maybe are not operating anymore, either because of age, because they have passed away, or whatever reason. That is why the survey is important to determine the real need of the movement.
Allez, yes.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Can the Minister inform the House how many applications or expressions of interest for taxi licenses are currently pending with the National Land Transport Authority? Thank you.
My understanding is quite a bit. That is why I have impressed on the officer in charge of the NLTA, Mr. Nabi Bakas, to complete this exercise ASAP.
Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the same vein, may I request the Honourable Minister of Transport to also look into all the applications that emanate from the people of constituency number 9, namely l'Almaty Market Fair, Flac Super U, NHDC Canitier, NHDC Katoko, in all these areas whereby I confirm that surveys have been carried out and are dormant at the NLTA.
Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister has answered this question by saying that there's a survey to be done nationwide. And then
I'm informing the Honourable Minister that the survey has been carried out. Therefore, can he urge the NLTA and his equally dormant officer in charge to please look into it? Thank you.
Okay, you have already replied.
We'll give the officer in charge a wake-up call on this.
Okay. Now your question, Mr. Honourable Bichu.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B1102, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the outset, I wish to thank the Honourable Member for raising this important question. A dedicated Bhojpuri Cultural Centre is indeed a good idea. It would provide a permanent platform for the promotion of the Bhojpuri music, traditions and cultural expressions, and should find its place in our future cultural landscape. The Bhojpuri language and the traditions associated with it form an integral part of our national identity and intangible cultural heritage. Since 2012, their promotion has been entrusted to the Bhojpuri-speaking union operating under the aegis of my ministry. However, when we assumed office, we inherited a union that had been left largely dormant under the previous government and had not even been provided with a dedicated office from which to operate. This government has given new momentum to the union through the appointment of Mrs. Varsharani Bisesar as its chairperson. As a well-known Mauritian singer with a strong connection to Bhojpuri culture, she has an artistic experience and ability to give greater visibility to the language and its cultural expressions. The Apravasi Ghat Trust Fund is also playing a vital role under this government through its work in research, education, documentation, and the preservation of the cultural heritage inherited from the indentured labourers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, there are currently 34 parastatal bodies operating under the aegis of my ministry. As announced by the Honourable Prime Minister in the Budget Speech 2026-2027, Government will review and streamline these institutions to strengthen governance, avoid duplication, and ensure the optimal use of public resources. The proposal for a Bhojpuri Cultural Centre will naturally form part of this broader reflection on the future institutional landscape of the cultural sector. As this exercise progresses, my ministry will continue to explore the most appropriate configurations to give the Bhojpuri language and culture a stronger and more permanent framework.
No question. Honourable members, the chair has been advised that B1104-1112 has been withdrawn. So the Honourable Fourth Member for Holding.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B1103, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I don't know whether the reply I will give to your question will be music to your ears, but this is the answer that has been related. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Agricultural Marketing Board and Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited that over the past 12 months, there has been no reported case of spoilage and no reported delay in the delivery of imported fruits and vegetables through maritime transportation from Rodrigue to Port Louis. Now, I wish to point out that vessels from Rodrigue arrive at Port Louis usually in the late afternoon, with priority necessarily given to the unloading of livestock pens in compliance with Animal Welfare Convention. Vegetable carriers and reefer containers are accordingly processed on the following day, following which the associated container services liaises with the National Plant Protection Office for the required phytosanitary inspection. Upon verification of the inter-island phytosanitary certificate and no damage observed on the consignment, the National Plant Protection Office clearance is then granted. Now, the consignments are therefore released to the importers for onward distribution after completion of the mandatory National Plant Protection Office and custom clearances. With regard to Part B1 of the question, I'm informed that the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited is working towards improving the efficiency of the shipment and handling of agricultural produce between Rodrigue and Mauritius and has made available additional chill containers to shippers. However, I must point out these facilities being made available, despite these facilities being made available, many shippers have continued to opt for ventilated or aerated containers for the carriage of the fruits. With regard to Part B2 of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed that the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited is maintaining and making available a fleet of 18 reefer containers, including dedicated units for chilled and frozen products, to support the cold chain requirements of shippers. Now, at this stage, the emphasis is on the effective utilization and management of existing reefer capacity rather than the provision of additional fixed cold storage facilities. With regard to Part B3 of the question, I'm informed that whenever a claim relating to loss or spoilage is reported, the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited assesses the claim and investigates the supporting evidence submitted by the claimant. Where the evidence satisfactorily substantiates the loss, compensation is considered in accordance with the applicable procedures. As of now, no reported claim has been obtained. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Ministry remains committed to ensuring the efficient maritime transportation and proper handling of perishable agricultural produce between Rodrigue and Mauritius, while continuing to monitor the supply chain closely.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. May I ask the Honourable Minister, what are the procedures for complaints of spoilage, please?
Well, if there is any complaint, it can be reported to the Ministry or even to the Commissioner responsible for agriculture in Rodrigue. Okay, as you know, there's good interactive conversation meetings, and if you have a reliable case, I'll certainly look into it and see to it that corrective measures are taken. And if there's a claim, the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited will certainly look into it.
The Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Calbo.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président, B1105.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I wish to refer the Honourable Member to my reply to PQB 1088 at the sitting of the 25th of November 2025. The initial request was for the widening of the road from Palma roundabout to the Palma Marati Sabha. As a matter of priority, I'm informed that the widening of the access road will, in the first instance, be limited to the part from St. Marie College to Palma Marati Sabha. I'm given to understand that this project would necessitate the relocation of electric and telecom poles, and to that effect, discussions are ongoing with the Central Electricity Board and Mauritius Telecom. On this issue, once this issue is sorted out, the Ministry of Local Government will be in a position to revert to my ministry for acquisition of the private land that would be required for the project.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Given that the phase 1 of a proposed widening of La Seringue Avenue involves both state land and private lands, would the Honourable Minister indicate whether discussions with the private landowners have started, and if not, when they are expected to begin? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as I've stated in my reply, at this particular juncture, it is too early to start those discussions. However, once the issues that I've raised are sorted out in terms of the obstructions that need to be moved from Telecom and Central Electricity Board, the Ministry of Local Government will then revert to my ministry for the acquisition of the land that would be required. So since all this is interconnected, once we get that note from the Ministry of Local Government, we'll be in a better position to know the size of the land, then we will be in a better position to decide how to apply the law to such acquisition.
Une dernière, merci. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether the requests for access over state land ont été examinés by his ministry, and if so, at what stage of consideration it presently stands? Thank you.
I think I've said that in the past, and I think there was a site visit that was carried out on the spot by various other ministries. I believe the Honourable Member was also present at one point in time. So what we're going to do is, we have said we are agreeable. We are agreeable. That's very clear. I know that for this particular subject, people living in the vicinity, people from that constituency, that particular area, have waited for many, many, many years. And we have considered those requests positively, because they are very constructive and very positive requests. So that's why we have said yes. And obviously, members of Parliament of that region have also convinced us that it is important, so we will be going along that line. So let us wait now for the letter from the Ministry of Local Government, and then we can take things forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Honourable Third Member for Port Resource.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B1106, please.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the TRMSU of my ministry that representations regarding the pressing road safety concerns in Cité Briqueterie and Batterie Cassée have indeed been received. Relevant proposals and valuable feedback on the issues have also been received from the Honourable Kazien, for which I wish to express my thanks to him. Deputy Speaker, sir, both Cité Briqueterie and Batterie Cassée are highly urbanized, densely populated areas adjacent to Rochebois. Their road networks are characterized by narrow lanes and significant pedestrian movement. In such environments, speeding vehicles pose an immediate and severe threat to vulnerable road users, and accidents risks are high indeed. To address this undesirable situation, the TRMSU has carried out a comprehensive traffic safety assessment in both localities to identify immediate, targeted and preventive interventions. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am pleased to inform the House that the TRMSU will soon implement a robust package of traffic calming and regulatory measures as follows. Firstly, traffic conflicts at critical junctions will be resolved by repainting stop lines, with high durability thermoplastic paint and installing reflective diamond-grade stop signs to drastically improve nighttime visibility. And secondly, heavy-duty rubber speed humps will be installed at strategic locations across both neighborhoods to naturally regulate vehicle speeds. Third, designated speed zones will be established across the wider Rochebois region, enforced by high-visible retro-reflective diamond-grade 30-kilometer speed limit signs. With your permission, Deputy Speaker, sir, I am tabling the detailed list of these upcoming works. Deputy Speaker, sir, these swift, cost-effective interventions are fully aligned with the United Nations Global Road Safety Target 3 and 4 by reducing operating speeds to 30 kilometers per hour and securing our junctions. We will not only protect pedestrian lives, but also elevate the Rochebois road network to a 3-star rating in an international road assessment program, IRAP, which is called IRAP, or even better. However, Deputy Speaker, sir, infrastructure alone is not enough. Road safety is a shared responsibility that requires the active cooperation of the public and, above all, more compliance and discipline from all road users. To underline the need for public cooperation, may I mention that in May 2025, the Association Groupe Djibouti-Rochebois proactively proposed SLOW, in capital letters, markings 30 kilometers per hour to be put on the road, 30-kilometer regulatory signs, and a zebra crossing. Regrettably, the TRMSU was unable to implement these measures at that time due to objections from certain residents. I therefore avail this opportunity to make, Deputy Speaker, to end an earnest appeal to the residents and other stakeholders of Cité Briqueterie and Batricasé as well as the Mauritian community at large, in the spirit of prioritizing collective safety on the roads, in particular to our children, elderly, or vulnerable. I hope to have the support of elected representatives of the locality, including that of Honourable Kazien, which I consider deemed as being de facto, because he came forward with a very well-motivated question on the subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Monsieur le Vice-président, compte tenu du flux de véhicules qui empruntent ces routes latéraux Batricasé et Briqueterie à vitesse excessive, souvent des fois, est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut considérer avoir des concertations avec la force policière et les autres autorités afin qu'il y ait un exercice de conscientisation pour protéger les habitants de ces régions en attendant que les mesures annoncées puissent être implémentées? Merci.
The measures will be quite safe in nature, like I mentioned, but I can task the engineer in charge of the Port-Louis region to arrange for the meeting being proposed by the Honourable Member. Will do.
Yes. Honourable Lubin is upset for medical reason, so I take it there will be a written reply. So we move to the next question. The Honourable Fourth Member for Warwick.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B1108, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would refer to my reply of PQ B738 of the sitting of 19 May 2026, wherein reference was made to the homologation of Jean-Daniel André Stadium, previously Grand-du-Roi Stadium. As per established procedures, the request for homologation of any facility should emanate from a country's national sport federation representing the sports for which homologation is required. In the case of Jean-Daniel André Stadium, the Roderick Regional Sport Committee should make a request to the concerned National Sport Federation in Mauritius so that the latter make an application to the respective international sport homologation body. Mr. Deputy Speaker, however, I'm informed by the Roderick Commission for Youth and Sport that, as at date, no official request has been obtained from the Roderick Regional Sport Committee for the homologation of Jean-Daniel André Stadium. I'm also informed that the Commission is ready to provide the necessary assistance required for the materialization of the project. As such, it is premature at this stage to establish a time frame for the homologation of Jean-Daniel André Stadium, as same will depend on the time at which the request for homologation is made by the Roderick Regional Sport Committee, and subsequently to follow all the processes that are required by the International Sport Homologation Body. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that my ministry is ready to provide its full technical support to the Roderick Commission for Youth and Sport in this endeavour. The Honourable Member may request the Roderick Regional Sport Committee to liaise with the Roderick Commission for Youth and Sport if the committee feels that there is a need for homologation.
Yes, you have a question.
Minister, may I ask the Honourable Minister, what are the criteria that must be satisfied for homologation to be entertained? And how can the Ministry accompany the Commission to achieve same? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in order for a sport facility to be homologated, there are mandatory requirements that need to be met. For instance, in the case of a football stadium, the requirement includes compliance with inter alia, that is administration and documentation, pitch or field of play, technical areas and equipment, dressing room, team and official facilities, match official, doping and VAR, video assistant referee, a spectator area and seating, safety, security and emergency services, media, press and broadcast, and lighting, power and communications.
Yes. Yeah. May the Honourable Minister specify whether it is the Regional Assembly who has to contact the World Athletics, or is it the Roderick's Regional Sport Committee who have to contact RA? Then there is also the Mauritius Athletics Association, which I'm not quite sure which one will have to contact directly the World Athletics to get this homologation.
I'll just answer in my reply. I clearly stated that the National Sport Federation, representing the sport for which homologation is required. So we have to give it to the federation so that they can do the needful.
The Honourable Third Member for Kauchability Amoka.
B1109, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am informed that the building, which was housing the old Muka District Court, was built in the early 1870s under the tenure of Sir Arthur Hamilton Gordon, Governor of Mauritius. In the year 2009, the land, together with the building of the old District Court of Muka, was retrieved from the Judicial Department and was vested in the Prime Minister's office for use by the Police Department. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, following a request from the National Heritage Fund, the Civil Engineering section of my ministry had, in the first instance, carried out a site inspection at the old District Court of Muka on 15 February 2013. A report comprising the observations on site, made on site, conclusion and recommendation was subsequently submitted to the National Heritage Fund. The site inspection concluded that almost all the structural elements, except the concrete part of the rear of the building, were in advanced stage of deterioration. As such, the building was found to be beyond economic repairs and represented a threat as timber planks and other timber sections might fall at any time. Consequently, it was advised that nobody should have access to the building for security reasons. It was therefore recommended to pull down the building. I am informed that in July 2013, the National Heritage Fund had advised not to demolish the building that accommodated the ex-Mocha District Court on the ground that the site is a potential heritage site and bears historical and architectural value, even though the site is not listed as National Heritage. I am also informed that in the year 2016, the National Heritage Fund had recommended the restoration of the old Mocha District Court and had informed the police department that it was working on a program to have an experienced restoration architect to prepare the scope of works. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm further informed that another survey was subsequently carried out by the Civil Engineering section of my ministry, along with the officers of the National Heritage Fund in 2023, whereby the National Heritage Fund had recommended the renovation of the building. During the recent survey, it was noted that the building, which is bounded on three sides by tarred accesses, is in a very deplorable state. The police department has informed that it is still awaiting the scope of works from the National Heritage Fund. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, as I mentioned earlier, a first survey was carried out in 2013, followed by another survey in 2023. It is very sad that despite the findings of the 2013 survey, no remedial action was taken by the previous government to restore a building of such historical importance. Consequently, as one would expect, in the absence of remedial measures, the condition of the building could only deteriorate further, as was confirmed by the findings of the 2023 survey. Furthermore, the National Heritage Fund would be requested to expedite matters at its end and to submit the scope of works at the earliest to the Prime Minister's office to allow them to secure the necessary funding.
The Honourable Second Member for Zavan Black River.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B 1110, please.
Thank you very much. I thank the Honourable Member for putting this question, and I'm sure it will be music to his ears when I lay on the table the national wholesale market loss incurred by agricultural marketing. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Agricultural Marketing Board that the national wholesale market came into operation on the 27th July 2023. With regard to part B of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with your permission, I'm tabling the requested information, and the operating loss incurred for financial year 2023-2024 is as high as 21,844,000 rupees. Now, I'm informed that the total expenditure incurred for the construction of the national wholesale market amounted to around almost 393 million rupees. Now, I'm further informed that the national wholesale market was expected at its conception to generate income to the tune of 22 million rupees annually, with an annual operating cost of around 15 million. However, the figures table show that the national wholesale market has consistently been incurring substantial loss since its coming into operation, eroding systematically the profit made by AMB, Agricultural Marketing Board, thus reducing its capacity to fulfill its mandate. the cumulative losses since the coming into operation of the national wholesale market amount to around 57.7 million rupees, almost like an elephant upon a sandcastle. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part C of the question, I wish to inform the House that with a view to addressing this alarming situation, the AMB will appoint an independent consultant to work out a turnaround plan which will ensure that the AMB, including the national wholesale market, will over time become financially viable to fulfill its mandate of serving planters, vendors and consumers.
Yes. The Honourable Third Member for Gaupe Pouledo.
B1113, please. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. With regard to part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that since November 2024, SME Mauritius Limited has supported 1,271 SMEs directly through its support schemes for a total amount of 117 million rupees. Entrepreneurs on their side have committed to an investment of almost 90 million rupees on projects, and the cumulative turnover for SMEs supported since November 2024 is 7.7 billion rupees, and they have jointly employed 6,594 persons. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to further inform the House that since November 2024, SME Mauritius has interacted with 17,836 entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs for advice, consultancy, support, walk-ins, e-advice or on-site visits. SME Mauritius Limited, being a registered training institution with the Mauritius Qualification Authority, has conducted a series of training programs for both entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs. These programs aim at improving the knowledge, competencies, skills, and functional capabilities of entrepreneurs. Accordingly, 756 entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs have been trained to date. Moreover, SME Mauritius Limited has reached out to 3,156 potential entrepreneurs through its outreach program. Additionally, in order to improve the visibility of SMEs, SME Mauritius Limited organizes SME fairs to provide SMEs with a platform and the opportunity to display a range of locally manufactured products, thereby creating awareness and showcasing their savoir-faire. Thus, in the 18 months, SME Mauritius has organized several salons de PME, and with 152 entrepreneurs participating therein and welcoming at least 40,000 visitors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wish to inform the House that in an endeavor to encourage the enterprise culture, as soon as I took office as Minister in December 2024, I launched the Entrepreneurship Awareness Program across Mauritius to encourage the entrepreneurial spirit among the population, especially the youth and women, and to encourage them to start their own businesses. The Entrepreneurship Awareness Program was kicked off in Plaine Verte, Plaine des Papayes, Plaine Magnan, Rosil, and Rodrigues. Together, all these editions have brought more than 1,750 citizens into direct contact with the institutions that exist to support them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the main impediments, among others, to the growth of SMEs are as follows: limited access to affordable finance, labor shortages, high cost of doing business, competition from imports, regulatory and administrative burden, limited innovation, limited access to export markets, and supply chains vulnerabilities. Having said that, these impediments are well known. What matters is the response. I wish to assure the House that these are being addressed in large part through measures announced in the budget 2026 and 27. On the regulatory and administrative burden, I will introduce a new SME bill to make the business environment friendlier for small enterprises, which will be accompanied by a new business facilitation bill, which will cut through the procedures and bottlenecks that hold small operators back. Turning to finance, SME Mauritius Limited will build a single digital platform, bringing together in one place all the support that government has to offer, namely schemes, grants, tax incentive, and finance. Government-backed credit guarantee schemes are being re-engineered, and we are working with financial institutions to widen access to funding for technology adoption, business expansion, and sustainable investment. For digital transformation and innovation, an eligible startup will enjoy a 10-year income tax holiday from its very first day of operation, and will comprise a dedicated Startup Act and a Startup Council and an accelerator scheme, together with stronger support for innovation. We are also broadening the exemption from custom duty on eligible utility vehicles so that registered SME in transformative sectors qualify, helping them cut costs, move goods and equipment, and invest in capacity. Addressing these priorities will improve SMEs' competitiveness and resilience and strengthen their contribution to the economic growth and employment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, some measures have already been adopted, such as startups and MSMEs are now able to claim a tax deduction on their investment in AI technologies, up to the amount of 150,000 rupees. Women have been empowered to start their own businesses, and thus all DBM loans under the Women Entrepreneur Loan Scheme now carries a grace period of 18 months for repayment instead of 12 months. Additionally, the maximum credit limit on these loans has been raised from 500,000 to 1.2 million rupees. Thank you.
The Honourable First Member for Waqf-Florel.
B1114, s'il vous plaît.
Monsieur le Vice-président, en ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, je dépose les données demandées. Ce sont des données fournies par la météo relatives aux pluies enregistrées au cours des 10 dernières années par région. Monsieur le Vice-président, en ce qui concerne la partie B1 de la question, je dépose le Climate Resilient Infrastructure Development Facility Report et financé par le Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. En ce qui concerne la partie B2 de la question, l'étude de l'AFD est actuellement en cours et le rapport final devrait être soumis d'ici novembre 2026.
The Honourable Second Member for Wadi.
Thank you very much. B/1115.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed by the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited that MV Mauritius Trocasia was built and commissioned in 2001 and is now 25 years old, as young as Johnny Walker walking with others. As regards Part B of the question, it is to be noted that the vessel is approaching the end of its economic service life, and its replacement is a matter of national priority and strategic importance for Mauritius. However, the expected decommissioning and replacement of MV Mauritius Trocasia are dependent on the procurement of a new vessel. In light thereof, I cannot give a definite timeline for the decommissioning of MV Mauritius Trocasia, but concerning Part C of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited is working on a procurement plan for the acquisition and construction of a modern multi-purpose passenger cum cargo vessel specifically designed to service Mauritius, Rodrigue, Agaliga for the next 25 years. The estimated cost of acquiring such a vessel is 1.5 billion rupees, and the delivery is expected by April 2029. In that respect, on the 10th June 2026, discussions have been held by the Ministry with the High Commission of India, whereby a list of 6 shipyards in India were provided to the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited. An expression of interest for the design and construction of a modern multipurpose passenger cum cargo vessel was launched to these shipyards. So far, 4 shipyards have responded and expressed their interest in the project, namely 1, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited, 2, Synergy Shipbuilders, 3, Hindustan Shipyard Limited, and 4, Yemen Marine Services Private Company Limited. Now, the Mauritius Shipping Corporation Limited will start discussion with these shipyards by the end of July this year. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Ministry is also exploring financing options for the acquisition of a new vessel available under the UK Export Finance Programme. On the 18th of May 2026, the Mauritius High Commission in London was requested to seek details pertaining to the financing option, eligibility criteria, indicative terms and conditions, financing structures and instruments, and other associated requirements applicable to such a project. A reply is awaited. Similarly, on the 14th July 2026, the Ministry has also submitted a project for the design and construction of a new passenger cum cargo vessel to replace MV Mauritius Trocasia for consideration by the EU and the EU Global Green Bond Initiative and Sustainable Finance Advisory Hub. Thank you.
B1116 will go as a written reply. So we go to the Honourable Third Member for Parliamentary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B1117.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for this continued interest in the revival of the sustainable development of football in Mauritius. When I took office, Mauritian football was in deep crisis. This situation has been mainly due to the lack of political vision under the MSM-led government regime. Instead of hastening football's unifying power, the regime allowed poor governance and quick political fixes to undermine the sport. This lack of political vision included, among others, failure to build structured training centers, a scouting system, or coaching program, as well as poor maintenance, lack of planning, and absence of community facilities meant that infrastructure failed to serve as a sustainable backbone for football. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I outlined in my reply to Parliament question B999 and B1021 of November 25, the government strategy for the revival of development of football in Mauritius is comprehensive, forward-looking, and built on a clear vision to make football in our country inclusive, exciting, and competitive at both regional and international level. Our approach in this endeavor rests on 5 pillars: youth development, capacity building, improve infrastructure, enhance governance, and a stronger partnership with the Mauritius Football Association. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the project Relance du Football jointly is spearheaded by my ministry and the Federation, is the engine driving this vision. Since 2025, we have moved from planning to action, and a number of key measures have been implemented. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry is currently rolling out additional projects under a structured 5-year football development framework. As regards Part A of the question, several projects have been identified. These projects include grassroots and youth development, strengthening the network for the development of youth sport through 41 écoles de foot, which comprises the following: grassroots under 9 and under 11 categories, écoles de foot under 13 and under 15 categories, 12 regional technical centers across the island, the FIFA Grassroots Football 2026, which started in May 2026 with 230 primary schools participating, and the final was held on Wednesday, 15 July 2026. The setting up of the Centre for Excellence in Football in October 2025 with 75 young football players across 3 boys age category under 15, under 17 and under 18. Coach, a new national technical director has been appointed. The Mauritius Football Association is now delivering CAF license C and D, which, with a view to raising technical standard, 150 participants have already graduated. CAF license B course will be held during the period of August to December 26 and will target 30 participants. With the collaboration of the Mauritius Football Association, my ministry is expanding participation of girls in football and developing regional structures to support them. Women competition are being strengthened and talent pathways are being established to ensure our female players have equal opportunities to develop and complete their. And we have also upgrading the.
If you have long to go, you can find the reply, because
this I'm not going to be too long.
Yeah, because
it's very important so that the population
each and every question is
doing.
important. Each and every question is important, and each answer is important. But if you're long, please file it. If your answer is too long, you have taken already 5 minutes.
If you say that, I'm going to table it.
Table it. You have supplementary question?
Like I said, this is something that is very important for the population to know.
The Honourable Member will ask. Could the Honourable Minister please provide information about how much of the sports budget would be dedicated to revival of the sports? And if that budget includes providing financial incentive to local Super League teams?
That answer is lengthy. Like you say, I go what you're ruling. I'm going to table it.
Table it. Very good. Any more question? No. The Honourable First Member for Pito-Rivière-du-Rapport.
Merci. B. 1118.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the very outset, I wish to point out that buggies and quad bikes are designed and manufactured for off-road use. While no person is authorized to operate a quad bike on public roads in Mauritius, I am given to understand that the NLTA was until February 2019 registering buggies for use on our public roads. I am informed that buggies were allowed contrary to quad bikes as they have similar features as motor cars in terms of steering and other automotive controls, seating arrangements and safety requirements. Their comparatively low center of gravity makes these vehicles more stable and less risky to tipping over. As the NLTA has ceased to register buggies, these vehicles are now not being imported. As per records from the NLTA, about 121 buggies have been registered. That is why buggies may still be seen to be operating here and there. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the police that quad bikes are not authorized to run on public roads as they are not registered. Any person contravening this prohibition may be prosecuted for the offence of using an unregistered motor vehicle in breach of Section 5(1)(a) of the Road Traffic Act, which provides that no person shall use an on-road or otherwise a motor vehicle or trailer unless the vehicle or trailer is registered in accordance with this Act. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, I am informed by the TRMSU of my ministry that no survey for feasibility study has been conducted on the use of buggies or quad bikes on public roads. As regards quad bikes, from a safety perspective, the design characteristics include a high center of gravity, therefore more narrow track width, the absence of occupant protection systems, locked rear axle system, and their particular handling characteristics render quad bikes unsuitable for use alongside conventional motor vehicles on public roads. Deputy Speaker, sir, due to these fundamental design conflicts between off-road performance and on-road safety, regulatory bodies in most jurisdictions restrict quad bike use for off-road use only. As such, they may be allowed to run in off-road environments and on private properties intended for recreational, agricultural, or commercial purposes. The House will recall that the use of unregistered quad bikes led to a fatal accident in Berkeley in the recent past. These vehicles have also been seen on public roads in some regions of Port Louis and elsewhere. Following my request last year, the NLT had issued a reminder in a communiqué dated 3rd December 2025 last year to draw the attention of the public on the unlawful use of quad bikes on public roads and the penalties applicable for such offences. Unfortunately, some persons are still persistently using quad bikes illegally, as evidenced recently where such a vehicle was used on a public health truck, which became a cause of public unrest. For reasons I have mentioned, my ministry does not find any need to regulate to allow the use of quad bikes in any designated region or any road. Deputy Speaker, sir, to end, as for buggies, the underlying reasons for which the registration of these vehicles was stopped by the NLTA in 2019 are unclear. These vehicles offer all the comfort and safety that any conventional car provides and also have similar automotive control system. Their use in Mauritius has not given rise to any known unfortunate accident. These vehicles are allowed for private commuting needs in other countries and may be interesting from a touristic perspective. Taking these factors into consideration, my ministry will request the NLTA to consider the availability to reintroduce the registration and licensing of buggies for use on public roads after giving due consideration to all required safety requirements as laid down in the Road Traffic, Construction and Use of Vehicles Regulation 2010. Thank you.
The Honourable Third Member for Rivière-Zergy-Souillac.
Président B1119, s'il vous plaît.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Member for interest in the sand sector. I wish to reaffirm my Ministry's commitment to ensuring equitable access to quality and inclusive education for all learners, with a special attention for those with the special education needs. In this regard, my Ministry continues to expand specialized educational facilities and support services to all children who require special education needs. I wish to inform the House that my ministry takes into account the following while planning for the specialized services in the SENS sector. 1, the demand for placements. 2, the educational needs of learners. And 3, the availability of financial resources with a view to ensuring that every child receives appropriate educational support in a conducive learning environment. As regards to part A of the question, there are presently 12 special education needs integrated units operating in 11 government primary schools to cater for learners with special education needs. One school, namely D, Early Government School, Woodlands, operates 2 SEN integrated units. I am tabling the list of these schools together with their respective locations. In addition, my ministry operates 7 SEN Resource Development Centers. I'm also tabling the list of these centers together with their respective locations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that for the financial year 2026-2027, 4 additional SEN integrated units are scheduled to be established at Néo-Némorin Government School, Trobiche, Beauséjour Government School, Belrose, Barlow Government School at Barlow, 15 Canton Government School, Vacqua. Furthermore, a new SEN Resource Development Center will be established at Montagne-Haury. The above locations have been identified following an assessment of requests for admission, the demand for specialized educational services, the needs of learners according to the nature and severity of their disabilities, and the objective of improving equitable geographical access to special education needs services. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Can the Honourable Minister state how many children with special education needs are expected to benefit from the additional units and centres?
I can tell you, Honourable Member, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the time being we have around 3,000 children who are concerned by the SEN sector, and definitely the figures will differ depending upon the level, the severity of their disability and the region where they will be located.
Yes.
Can the Honourable Minister also confirm whether consideration is being given to establish a SEN unit in each educational zone to ensure equitable access to all students?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a lot of coherence in whatever the Honourable Member is saying. Definitely, we want to bring the centre closer to these children because we don't want them, given their physical or mental situation, bring these institutions closer to them. And that is why officers of my ministry, they always take that into consideration while earmarking a centre for these SEN students. Thank you.
The Honourable Third Member for Hydrographic as well.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. PQB 1120, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the District Council of Grand Port that the holding of night markets in localities falling under its jurisdiction during the current year is under consideration. Before any night market is approved, the District Council will determine the appropriate location, the period and operating modalities, the estimated financial implications, traffic and public safety arrangement, waste collection and sanitation measures, the provision of facilities such as lighting, tents, public toilets, and the level of interest from prospective traders, so as to ensure that the event is operationally feasible and can be conducted in a safe and orderly manner. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, for the benefit of the House, I wish to point out that during the last festive season, a day market was successfully organized at the Maïbe waterfront. However, no night market was held, as no application was received from prospective traders to operate during the night hours. Accordingly, any proposal for the holding of night markets during the current year will be considered by the District Council in the light of operational feasibility, public safety, financial sustainability, and the level of participation from traders before a final decision is being taken. Thank you.
The Honourable Second Member for Belrose-Cadbourne.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président B1121.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I presume that the honourable member is referring to the new social housing projects and not to ongoing ones being undertaken by both the NHDC and the NSLD. On this understanding, I wish to inform the House that the budget estimates 2026-2027 provide for the implementation of 3 new social housing projects by the NHDC, comprising a total of 227 housing units. As regards parts A and B, I am informed that the NHDC proposes to construct 38 housing units at Beju-Tombo, obviously in constituency number 3, not 5.
Okay.
89 units at La Source, Catchbourne, and I can assure the honourable member that it is not a coincidence that she is the one putting the question, or that my good friend, Minister, or yourself, looking at me. Your eyes have had no effect on my answer, I can assure you. And 100 units at Plainbois in constituency number 12 is not yet, so it should be high. In regards to Part C, the project is expected to start in September 2026 at Beju-Tombo, in March 2027 at La Source, and April 2027 at Plainbois, with completion scheduled in June 2028 for Beju-Tombo, 2029 March for La Source, and July 2029 for Plainbois. I must add here that my ministry has been given slightly more than 2 billion rupees in order to complete the NSLD projects that are already underway. And last year, we also spent, the last financial year, more than almost 3 billion rupees precisely to complete those projects. So this is what we have at the moment, as far as we have in pocket at the moment. So in actual fact, for more houses, I'm out of pocket. Thank you.
Just one last question, time is over already.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Would the Honourable Minister explain the reason for any delays in the delivery of previous announced social housing project, for example, at La Palma, and what measures are being taken to avoid similar delays in future? Thank you.
Well, the delays, unfortunately, are, for example, if I'm to talk about La Source Puspas for constituency number 18, there were 100 units there, and the delivering of the housing units depend on CWA water tank and booster pumps. The Honourable Minister responsible for those institutions is well aware. Then La Source, Lot 1 to Lot 6 and Lot 9, 300 units. That also depends on lifting station and CWA water tank and booster pumps. So somewhere, someplace, I'm in good hands, since I know that it is my good friend, the Honourable Minister for Public Utilities, who is responsible there. So I know that those matters will be attended to, and I'm sure that we'll be able to give satisfaction to honourable members of number 18. But it is not, and I'm happy to say that, it is not dependent on the NSLD right now. We have to move forward. However, there has been some issues pertaining to contractors as well that is independent of our doing, but we are following very closely.
Thank you. Time is over. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B 1142, 1143, 1136, 1133, 1122, 1124, 1128, 1130, 1139, 1127, 1131, 1126, 1137, 1134, 1138, 1123, and 25.
Motion.
Yes,
Mr. Deputy
Honourable
Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I move that all business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Seconded. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Ministers none. Public bills, second reading.
The Honourable First Member for Holding.
Monsieur le Vice-président, honorables collègues, ce projet de loi à l'ordre du jour, le Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill 2026, présenté par l'honorable ministre des Terres, est un texte qui engage notre République dans une étape décisive. Pour beaucoup de nos concitoyens, le mot hydrographie peut sembler technique. En réalité, il s'agit de dresser des cartes précises de ce qui se trouve sous nos vagues, les profondeurs, les reliefs, les récifs et les bancs de sable, de la géographie maritime. Ces cartes sont indispensables pour naviguer en sécurité, protéger nos ressources marines et bâtir des infrastructures solides. Voyez-vous, Monsieur le Vice-président, pendant des années, notre République a dû compter sur des services d'hydrographie et de cartographie fournis par des partenaires étrangers. Nous leur sommes reconnaissants pour cette collaboration, comme l'ont rappelé l'honorable ministre des Terres, ainsi que mon collègue député, l'honorable François, lors de la dernière séance. Mais aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Vice-président, notre République franchit une nouvelle étape. Elle affirme désormais notre maîtrise nationale dans ce domaine. Avant toute autre chose, Monsieur le Vice-président, une différence importante est à noter. Dans certains pays comme le Royaume-Uni, l'exploration de l'océan est considérée comme une activité commerciale. Des entreprises privées cartographient la mer pour installer des éoliennes, par exemple, et les données sont ensuite partagées librement. Mais notre République, elle, a choisi une autre voie, adaptée à notre réalité d'État océanique stratégique. Concrètement, cela signifie 3 principes simples. Les informations maritimes appartiennent désormais à notre République, avec un modèle étatique et centralisé. C'est l'État mauricien qui détiendra et contrôlera les données maritimes. Toute entreprise ou navire étranger devra obtenir une autorisation avant de collecter des informations sur nos eaux ou même pêcher dans nos eaux. Une autorisation est obligatoire et aucun navire ou entreprise étrangère ne peut collecter d'informations sans l'accord de l'État mauricien. Des sanctions claires sont prévues en cas de violation et toute violation de ces règles entraînera des conséquences graves. C'est ce que prévoit ce projet de loi. Ainsi, contrairement au modèle commercial adopté ailleurs, notre République choisit de protéger nos ressources et notre souveraineté, en plaçant la sécurité et l'intérêt de nos citoyens au-dessus des logiques du marché. Chacun comprendra que notre République reprend le contrôle de notre espace maritime. Permettez-moi, Monsieur le Vice-président, de poser une question simple mais essentielle. Savez-vous, Monsieur le Vice-président, vraiment où sont nos poissons, nos ourites et autres fruits de mer? Et quelles sont les routes maritimes sûres pour que nos pêcheurs de Rodrigue aillent pêcher tout cela? Non, moi non plus, du moins pas pour le moment. Répondre à cette question, c'est donner à nos pêcheurs et à nos entreprises les moyens de travailler en sécurité et à notre République les moyens de gérer durablement nos ressources. Ce projet de loi a des effets concrets. Pour nos pêcheurs artisans, comme pour l'industrie professionnelle de la pêche qui se développe, cette question est vitale. Elle détermine la sécurité en mer, la capacité à rentrer malgré les tempêtes, esquiver le danger en naviguant et ainsi la survie économique de toute une filière. Pour nos infrastructures, Monsieur le Vice-président, l'hydrographie est indispensable pour construire et moderniser nos ports. Un port n'est pas seulement un quai, c'est une porte ouverte sur le commerce, le tourisme et la sécurité maritime. Pour bâtir un port sûr, il faut connaître le relief sous-marin, identifier les zones profondes pour accueillir les grands navires et repérer les récifs ou bancs de sable qui peuvent mettre en danger la navigation. Grâce à des données fiables, centralisées et accessibles, nous pourrons développer des ports modernes dans nos îles de la République, comme défini dans notre loi suprême qui est la Constitution. Des ports capables de soutenir notre économie bleue, d'attirer des investissements et bien sûr de protéger nos îles contre la montée des eaux. Ce texte, Monsieur le Vice-président, est aussi essentiel pour l'avenir numérique de notre République. Vous vous demandez sûrement comment. Les câbles optiques sous-marins qui relient nos îles au reste du monde passent par nos fonds marins. D'ailleurs, j'interpelle le gouvernement sur la nécessité cruciale de considérer un second câble sous-marin de fibre optique pour Rodrigue, afin d'assurer une redondance numérique totale, avoir un réseau Internet fiable et garantir que notre île ne soit jamais isolée du reste du monde en cas de rupture ou de panne de la câble principale existante. Bien sûr, éviter de répéter l'épisode de la rupture du câble SAFE à Maurice. Une hydrographie précise garantit l'installation de ces câbles optiques sous-marins et bien sûr leur maintenance en toute sécurité, contrôlée par notre République. Cela signifie une meilleure connectivité pour tous nos citoyens, une compétitivité accrue pour nos entreprises et une place renforcée pour nos îles dans l'économie mondiale, Monsieur le Vice-président. C'est pourquoi, dans un souci de consolider l'autonomie de Rodrigue au sein de la République et de soutenir à la fois la pêche artisanale et l'industrie professionnelle, il est indispensable d'installer une antenne de la Mauritius Hydrographic Services, MHS, sur l'île Rodrigue. Rodrigue est déjà responsable de plusieurs services marins, notamment à travers la SEMPA et la gestion des aires marines protégées. Il est donc naturel que l'Assemblée régionale participe pleinement aux décisions concernant les eaux qui entourent Rodrigue. Car la gestion de ces zones maritimes ne peut se faire sans la collaboration directe des autorités régionales qui ont déjà une expérience et une responsabilité reconnue. Je soutiens donc pleinement la demande de mon leader et collègue, l'honorable François. D'ailleurs, j'en profite pour saluer cet homme, lui-même surveyor technicien, dont l'expérience inspire notre République. Son parcours montre que les Rodriguais peuvent être pionniers de cette souveraineté maritime. J'appelle nos jeunes à emboîter le pas. Nous devrons aussi, bien sûr, encourager la formation des hydrographes et cartographes. Si nous encadrons ces professions par la loi, nous devons garantir qu'elles soient accessibles aux jeunes de Rodrigue. Une antenne de la MHS ne doit pas seulement collecter des données, elle doit être un centre de formation et d'opportunités pour les professionnels de mon île. Pour conclure, Monsieur le Vice-président, ce projet de loi est un texte de dignité. Il s'agit de revendiquer ce qui appartient à la République, des lagons de Maïbo jusqu'aux eaux profondes des îles de notre République, incluant Agaléga, Rodrigue et les Chagos. En votant ce texte, nous ici, nous assurons que notre République protège son environnement, sécurise ses frontières et prépare un avenir durable pour les générations futures. Je me prononce donc en faveur de ce projet de loi, Monsieur le Vice-président. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Honourable Boulel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I have listened very intently to the speech delivered by the Honourable Lady, and she has said what needed to be said, and I will follow, as we say, suit and highlight the merits of the bill. Now, if we want Mauritius to be a big ocean state, we cannot simply say it in a vacuum. And to be a big ocean state, we have to make sure that we should know, that we have to make sure where we are going, and if we have to cruise, whether we're flying on the right direction. So let me, right from the outset, congratulate the Honourable Minister of Housing and Lands for introducing this important piece of legislation. Timely, strategic, and essential because hydrography is, above all, about safety of maritime navigation. For an island like Mauritius, maritime transport is not merely another mode of transport, it is the backbone of our economy. More than 99% of our imports and exports move by sea. The safety, efficiency, and reliability of our maritime transport system therefore depend on accurate hydrographic surveys and up-to-date nautical information. Since independence, Mauritius has benefited immensely from the support of friendly nations. Japan, through JICA, then of course India, in developing our hydrographic capabilities. The Memorandum of Understanding on Hydrography, first signed in 2005, has been the cornerstone of this cooperation. And through this partnership, India has assisted Mauritius in conducting hydrographic surveys, producing navigational charts, training our officers, transferring technical expertise, and establishing hydrographic infrastructure. Now, like all our friends, I wish to place on record our profound gratitude to the government and the people of India for this unwavering and unconditional support. This partnership has significantly strengthened our maritime capabilities. However, while we value long-standing cooperation, we must also use it as a springboard to build our own national expertise. International partnership should empower Mauritius to become increasingly self-reliant in hydrographic surveying, maritime cartography, and nautical chart production. This is the hallmark of sustainable nation building. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, Mauritius is a contracting state to the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, whose provisions are incorporated into our Merchant Shipping Act of 2007. Under Chapter 5, Regulation 9 of SOLAS Convention, every coastal state has a legal obligation to provide hydrographic and nautical services. These obligations include conducting hydrographic surveys, producing and maintaining updated nautical charts and publication, issuing notices to mariners, and ensuring that all such information complies with the standard of International Hydrographic Organization. This is, therefore, not simply good governance, it is an international responsibility. The Republic of Mauritius, Mr. Deputy Speaker, administers one of the largest maritime zones in Africa. It ranks 20th among the world's largest coastal states in terms of maritime jurisdiction. Such an extensive exclusive economic zone carries immense opportunities, but also equally significant responsibilities. As the saying goes, we must know our territorial waters. But beyond knowing our boundaries, we must fully understand the resources that lie within our exclusive economic zone. This requires comprehensive hydrographic survey, modern tracking infrastructure, and continuous scientific monitoring. In this regard, the completion of hydrographic survey throughout our entire EZ, including Diego Garcia, remains of strategic importance. Our ambition is clear. Mauritius must position itself as a leading maritime hub in the Indian Ocean, serving a preferred destination for transshipment, bunkering, refueling, and maritime services for vessels navigating major international shipping routes between Africa, Asia, Australia, and South America. An opportunity to be the star and key not only of the Indian Ocean, but of the world. Now, achieving this vision requires more than modern port infrastructure. It requires precise hydrographic knowledge of the waters, reliable navigational information, and continuously updated nautical charts. Safe sea routes are the foundation upon which maritime commerce is built. Hydrography enables the government broader vision of expanding our port infrastructure, developing a container port terminal, constructing dedicated fishing port, establishing a fish auction market, and strengthening the blue economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, hydrography is more, as I've stated, than navigation. It is a strategic national asset. It supports fisheries and aquaculture by identifying navigable passes, suitable aquaculture sites, and the optimal placement of fish aggregating devices. It contributes to marine conservation, to delineation and management of marine protected areas. It supports port development, offshore renewable energy, marine biotechnology, sea-based resource exploration, tourism, and coastal infrastructure. It plays a critical role in disaster risk reduction and climate resilience. Accurate hydrographic data enable us to monitor sea level rise, coastal erosion, and changing ocean conditions. These data sets allow policymakers to model flooding risk, protect coastal communities, and preserve fragile marine ecosystem. For Mauritius, where tourism and fisheries remain pillars of economy, the ability to anticipate and respond to coastal change is no longer optional, it is indispensable. Hydrographic information also underpins marine spatial planning by providing geographic information system necessary for evidence-based destination on marine zoning, conservation, and sustainable ocean use. Updated nautical chart, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, remain one of the most essential tools for maritime safety. They are equally the foundation for scientific research, offshore development, renewable energy project, deep ocean water application, fisheries, aquaculture, and the responsible exploration of marine resources. For these reasons, the establishment of a full-fledged Mauritius Hydrographic Services vested with clear statutory authority is both timely and necessary. It will strengthen national coordination of hydrographic surveys, ensure the continuous updating of nautical charts, and reinforce the government's vision for a sustainable blue economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, two proposals have been made by those who are keen to further strengthen it and be told to convey it loud and clear to all of us. First, the qualification and professional competency of hydrographic surveys and marine cartographers are fundamentally different from those of land surveyors and conventional cartographers. The new Mauritius Hydrographic Services should therefore have its own dedicated professional structure comprising specialized grade to support the chief hydrographer. In addition, regulation should be made under the Act to regulate these professions and ensure that hydrographic surveys and nautical chart production continue to supply with international hydrographic organization standards. The second message that was conveyed to me and been asked to be the hunter, which hopefully will not be hunted, is on the continuity of leadership. Continuity of leadership is essential. The officer currently heading the hydrographic unit is serving on deputation from the Indian Navy under existing bilateral arrangement. While we deeply value and appreciate this invaluable contribution, the long-term administration of the Mauritius Hydrographic Services should eventually rest with a permanent public officer. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Bhagwan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, by now, everybody knows, Mauritius, as rightly pointed out by my friends, Mauritius has one of the world's largest exclusive economic zones, covering about 2.2 million square kilometers of the Indian Ocean, with an additional 396,000 square kilometers continental shelf co-managed with Seychelles. These waters hold immense ecological, economic and strategic values. They host coral reef, ecosystems, deep sea habitats, and unique species with potential for pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, and biofuels. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is what we have learned as new technologies and equipment have transformed our understanding of the ocean. It is only over the course of the last century that such detailed information has become available to us. Before the age of sonar and GPS, sailors looked to the stars above and to the natural world around them and the silent guidance of birds, whales, and the natural world around them. It was through these observations that so many explorers were able to chart and discover the world as we know it today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ocean today is one of the most heavily used space on the planet. At any given moment, thousands of vessels are crossing our oceans, carrying goods and merchandise to every corner of the globe. Indeed, the ocean today is as busy as any port and any airport. And as in any given time, we can know precisely how many tankers and vessels are at sea and where they are. And as resources on land become scarcer and international competition for these dwindling resources intensifies, human activity is extending into every space we can reach, whether it is in the atmosphere above us or in the sea, deep sea beneath us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is the purpose of this very important Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill, presented by my colleague, Honourable Sakil Mohammed, Minister of Housing and Lands, whom I thank as well and his team for bringing this very important legislation to the House today. This bill provides for the production of standardized nautical charts, regulates hydrographic surveys, and safeguards the integrity of our national hydrographic data. It is a decisive step in strengthening our nation's maritime governance, safeguarding our marine environment, and ensuring the sustainable use of our lagoon and ocean resources. As defined in the bill, hydrographic survey means the measurement and description of physical features of oceans, seas, lagoons, coastal areas, rivers, and inland water bodies, and includes any product derived from hydrographic data other than a nautical chart. It involves mapping water depth, sea floor shapes, tides, currents, and hazards, trade activities or seaboard. Navigational charts are vital tools for safe and efficient maritime operations. They combine hydrographic data, geographic information, and navigational aids to guide vessels across oceans coastal waters and harbors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a small island nation, Mauritius faces growing risks from sea level rise, coastal erosion, cyclones, storm surges, flooding and ecosystem degradation. Risks made more pressing by our limited land area, our long coastline, and the concentration of population and infrastructure along our coast. The facts are clear. More than 37 kilometers, 17.6% of our coastline have already been affected by erosion. Some beaches have shrunk up by 20 meters in recent decades. Government has identified 33 priority sites, eroded sites, covering 31 kilometers for rehabilitation by 2035. Our NDC 3.0, prepared with full stakeholder collaboration, sets out both mitigation targets and adaptation commitments, and will soon be supported by an investment plan to decarbonize the economy and build resilience in vulnerable sectors. My ministry is also leading the preparation of a national adaptation plan to identify and prioritize adaptation actions across climate-sensitive sectors. This is where the Hydrographic Services Bill becomes essential. By establishing a regulated framework to map our waters and manage critical baseline data, sea levels, coastal topography, seabed bathymetry. This legislation provides the foundational data required for coastal management, for tracking sea level rise, and for responding to slow onset disasters and the loss and damage frameworks. This piece of legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, therefore constitutes a cornerstone for integrated lagoon and maritime zone management. It would complement the upcoming National Shoreline Management Strategy, reinforce marine conservation objectives, and enhance institutional capacity to anticipate and respond effectively to environmental hazards. The provision and use of verified hydrographic data are central to advancing the blue economy. As such, data ensures safe navigation, underpins the siting of offshore wind farms, and secures subsea cable routes. Beyond economic applications, hydrographic and bathymetric information is indispensable for coastal flood risk modeling and the design of coastal adaptation measures. For my ministry, accurate bathymetry data are critical elements for assessing erosion and accretion processes. It enables the design of effective and evidence-based interventions, reduces the risk of costly engineering errors, and strengthens resilience against shoreline erosion. By embedding hydrographic data into planning and operational frameworks, this legislation ensures that coastal protection measures are significant, scientifically robust, economically efficient, and aligned with long-term sustainability goals. In this way, the Act not only safeguards national infrastructure and communities, but also consolidates Mauritius' leadership in integrated marine governance and climate resistance. As the House is aware, my ministry undertakes annual beach rehabilitation works across the island, targeting critical sites that are most vulnerable to coastal erosion. These interventions form a central component of our national coastal protection program, ensuring the long-term resilience of our shorelines and safeguarding communities, infrastructure, and ecosystems. In this regard, the availability of accurate and verified bathymetry data is indispensable. I wish to inform the House that on several occasions, the Mauritius Hydrography Services has provided my ministry with hydrographic data sets, particularly in the form of detailed bathymetric surveys. These data sets have been instrumental in guiding the design of coastal protection works at multiple sites around the island. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill will also, as rightly pointed out by my good friend, Honourable Francois, support our blue carbon inventory work, mapping seagrass and mangroves across our EEZ by 2035, and strengthening provisions for maritime security and the sustainable management of our marine ecosystem. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, This matters for financing too. Climate funds, including the Fund for Loss and Damage, require strong scientific rationale to approve funding requests. The data this bill will generate is precisely the evidence-based Mauritius needs to assess that finance. Hydrographic data is also critical for oil spill response. Data on currents, tides, seabed topography, and coastal features determine now how spill oil spreads and essential for predicting spill trajectories, guiding emergency response, and minimizing ecological damage. The House will also recall that Saint-Bordeaux had witnessed the grounding of 3 fishing vessels on its reef during the last 10 years, namely fishing vessel Kayang in 2015, Seamaster in 2021, and Yufeng number 57 in 2023. Fortunately, no spill had been reported in these 3 cases, as it would have been a serious environmental disaster to Saint-Bordeaux's pristine marine ecosystem, including its coastal reef and the green turtle nesting beaches. Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry has also, under the technical assistance program of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, enhancement of institutional capacity for oil spill response for the Republic of Mauritius 2022-2025, developed a tactical sheet folios for 3 high-risk sites on the eastern coast of Mauritius and the port area, which are prone to oil spills. These tactical sheet folios provide data on bathymetry, wave regime, tidal regime, current strength and direction, and sensitive coastal features, all essential for oil spill response should an accident occur in these areas. However, same needs to be developed for other areas around Mauritius, Agariga, Rodrigue, Saint-Bordeaux Island, and the Chagos Archipelagos. The Chagos Archipelagos consists of 7 coral reef atolls and over 60 small islands, including Diego Garcia, Perros Banos, and Salomo. The archipelago features low-lying coral atolls, lagoons, and submerged reefs, including the Great Chagos Bank, the world's largest coral atoll. The Chagos Archipelago contains some of the world's most pristine tropical marine ecosystems, harboring nearly 300 coral species, 800 fish varieties, massive seabird colonies. The shallow water coral reefs account for 1.5% of the global total and covers an area of 66,000 square kilometers. The marine ecosystem of Chagos are threatened by climate change with rising sea levels and water warming. Therefore, hydrographic data is critical for Chagos Archipelago for safe nautical navigation, marine spatial planning, climate change, and coastal resilience. Mr. Deputy Speaker, hydrography also underpins flood risk management. In April 2019, my ministry commissioned a study on the audit of rivers and water courses causing recurrent flooding, hydrological and hydraulic modeling using GIS applications and meteorological data allowed flood mapping for various return periods. This modeling guides remedial measures to mitigate flooding of identified rivers and water courses. By embedding these safeguards, Mauritius will not only comply with international conventions, such as the United Nations on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, an international convention for the safety of life at sea, SOLAS, but also assert its leadership in regional maritime governance. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Government of Mauritius has a long-standing agreement with the Government of India in the field of hydrography. A memorandum of understanding between Mauritius and India in hydrography was originally signed on October 24, 2005. It was subsequently renewed during the Prime Minister's state visit to India in September 2025. The agreement facilitates deep sea surveys, the production of navigational charts, staff training, and the development of local hydrography infrastructure by the Indian Naval Hydrography Department. During the last 20 years, more than a dozen joint missions have been conducted, resulting in the successful completion of nearly 30 hydrographic surveys and the production of multiple navigational charts and electronic navigational chart cells. I understand that these missions were carried out by different Indian Navy ships namely INS INS Darshak, INS Sutlej, and inshore vessel, survey vessel Pathfinder. The last mission was carried out in October 2025 by the Indian Navy ship INS Sutlej, which completed a major joint survey mission with the Mauritius Hydrographic Service covering 35,000 square nautical miles. I would wish to place on record our deep appreciation to the Government of India for this enduring cooperation, which has strengthened Mauritius' capacity to safeguard its vast exclusive economic zone and enhance maritime survey. I also extend my gratitude to the Mauritius Hydrographic Services for their steadfast support in furnishing my ministry with verified hydrographic and bathymetric data. Their contributions have been invaluable in enabling the effective design and implementation of coastal protection works across the island, guiding flood risk modeling and supporting oil spill preparedness. Together, these efforts have fortified our collective capacity to safeguard vulnerable shorelines, protect marine ecosystems, and promote sustainable resilience in the face of climate change and environmental hazard. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill, long overdue, for an ocean state such as Mauritius, whose maritime zone extends far beyond its landmass, is more than a technical instrument. It is a declaration of our commitment to good governance, sustainability, and national resilience. By embedding these safeguards, Mauritius will comply with all international conventions while asserting its leadership in regional maritime governments. I would like again to thank my colleagues for bringing this legislation to the Assembly. Thank you.
Honourable Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now rise to reply to all the observations and comments that were made during this debate. But before I am to go there, I'd like to state that it has been brought to my knowledge that by inadvertence some clauses of the bill to which I referred at the second reading do not tally with the clauses as provided in the bill and that has been submitted to Assembly. And I will briefly go through them in order to clarify the situation. So the data sovereignty law is provided under Clause 8.2 of the bill instead of Clause 12. The compliance with SOLAS, UNCLOS, and the standard of IHO, IALA, and IMO are mentioned at Clause 15.2c of the bill instead of Clause 5. The creation of the Office of the Chief Hydrographer is provided under Clause 5 instead of Clause 6. Under Clause 3a of the bill instead of Clause 9, the MHS shall be the national custodian for all bathymetry collected for route surveys. Any hydrographic surveys undertaken by a private person would require necessary authorization under Clause 7.2 of the bill instead of Clause 8. The functions, the collection of hydrographic data, the production, publication, and updating of nautical charts, the maintenance of uniformity with IHO standards, the assurance that surveys meet established benchmarks, and the representation of Mauritius's international hydrographic fora are all provided under Clause 4 of the bill instead of Clause 9. Administration of the service, MHS, is specified under Clause 5 and 6 of the bill instead of Clause 6 and 7. The Office of the Chief Hydrographer is established under Clause 5 of the bill instead of Clause 6. Staff to service and assist the Mauritius Hydrographic Service is provided under Clause 6 of the bill instead of Clause 7. And lastly, the operative heart of the bill is provided under Clause 7 instead of Clause 8 to Clause 13. Authorization for any person other than the officer of the MHS is required under Clause 7 of the bill instead of Clause 8. The conditions, specifically IHO Special Publications S44, to conduct such surveys may be defined under Clause 7.4 of the bill instead of Clause 9. Clause 9 of the bill instead of Clause 10 reserves the issuance of official charts to the MHS, and Clause 10 of the bill instead of Clause 11 confers power of entry onto adjacent land, and Clause 8 of the bill instead of Clause 12 vests all hydrographic data in the state. I'd like to thank every honourable member who has spoken. Mr. Deputy Speaker said the debate has been of a quality that matches the seriousness of the subject, and I'd like to start out, I'm sure you will understand why, with the first member for Montagne Blanche and Grande River Southeast, Honourable Babulal. And I'd like also to comment today immediately on certain of the remarks that were made by the second member for Rodrigues, Honourable Francois, and I thank them for their contributions, substance and the specificity of the contributions. Now, the Honourable member, first member for Montagne Blanche, Grande Rivière Sud-Est, opened with an image. He talked of a fishing boat, a cargo vessel, or a cruise ship somewhere in our 2.3 million square kilometers of ocean, tonight trusting a chart to tell its captain where the reef ends and safe water begins. He reminded us that the chart did not draw itself. He then said something I want to place at the very center of my reply. Data is the new coastline. Whoever holds it, in some real sense, holds the maps of our sovereignty. That well-turned phrase expresses precisely what Clause 8 of this bill provides for. Clause 8 states that all hydrographic data collected within the maritime zones of Mauritius shall be deemed the property of the state. It is, in the Honourable Member's own image, the clause that draws the new coastline. He also invoked in a passage I found genuinely moving his own faith tradition, the veneration of water as sacred, of Gangama, of Grand Bassin. He reminded us that if our faith teaches us to hold water sacred, this House owes no less a duty to protect the waters that sustain every citizen of this Republic. That sentiment belongs not to a single party, but it belongs to Mauritius as a whole. The Honourable Member's first point asked plainly whether our long-standing cooperation with the Government of India, which has produced 12 nautical charts and 14 electronic navigational charts since 2006, will now require written authorization. The answer is plain and it requires no amendment. The bill does not disrupt our partnership with India. It formalizes it and reinforces it. The Indian Naval Hydrographic Department of Dehradun has, for decades, conducted its surveys in our waters at the invitation of the Government of Mauritius, coordinated by the Hydrographic unit of my ministry. That invitation is itself, in substance, an authorization of exactly the kind Clause 7 envisages. The bill gives that arrangement its proper statutory form. The 15 visits since 2006, the 12 paper charts, the 14 ENCs, of which Honourable Francois correctly noted, 3 cover Rodrigues and 2 cover Agalega. All of that work continues on a stronger footing. No Indian officer, no Mauritian officer, and no seafarer relying on an Indian-produced chart will read this bill as a step backwards. On the contrary, it is a step, many steps forward. The Honourable Member's second point concerned Clause 10. He observed that the clause contains no express requirement of prior notice, no express reference to compensation for damage, and no defined limit of frequency or duration. He spoke of the citizen of Montagne Blanche and the family with a modest beachfront plot. But not that very modest, really. You should have a beachfront plot. Anyhow, his concern rests with respect on a misreading of Clause 10, as though it stood alone. It does not. It stands within the general law of the Republic, and that is where the protections he seeks already reside. Under the general law, no officer may enter private land unreasonably, may enter at unreasonable hours, may cause damage without consequence, or may remain longer than necessary. Those constraints are embedded in our law of tort, in the constitutional protection of property, and in the ordinary judicial supervision of statutory powers. A landowner who suffers damage under Clause 10 retains every right of recourse he would have against any other public officer. Clause 10 does not diminish those rights, I can reassure you. The good faith immunity clause at Clause 12 has been raised in this connection. Clause 12 protects officers acting in good faith. It does not, it cannot immunize the state against liability for damage negligently or unreasonably caused. That is the settled effect of good faith immunity clauses in our law. The citizen of Montagne Blanche that you referred to in the modest beachfront property and the family on the beachfront are already protected by the general law. Fear not. They do not require an amendment to this bill to be protected. We are here, you're there. And the Attorney-General Office has drafted the bill on that understanding. The Honourable Member's third point concerned the power of the Minister at Clause 11. He asked, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, whether I would accept an amendment requiring the Chief Hydrographer's annual report to be laid on the table of this House. He offered a well-turned phrase. I quote, "Sovereignty without accountability to this chamber is only half sovereignty." My answer is this principled one. The Chief Hydrographer, established under Clause 5, is a public officer answerable to the supervising officer of my ministry, and through him to me, and through me in the ordinary way of ministerial responsibility to this House. That is the constitutional architecture on which every department of government operates. Every member has at his disposal a full range of parliamentary instruments, questions, PNQs, adjournment matters, through which the activities of the MHS may indeed be scrutinized. Statutory tabling requirements attach properly to independent parastatal bodies. The MHS is not such a body. It is a department of my ministry, lean, integrated, and answerable to me directly. The bill has been drawn on that basis, and I do not propose, therefore, humbly I state, to alter its structure. The Honourable Member's fourth observation is Clause 14. He suggested that the maximum penalty might apply as heavily to a minor technical non-compliance as to deliberate falsification, and asked for proportionate tiers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not accept the reading of Clause 14 on which that concern rests. Clause 14 does not impose the maximum penalty, it establishes it. Every criminal statute in this Republic operates on that same principle. The maximum is the ceiling. The sentence imposed is a matter for the court, applying proportionate sentencing to the gravity of the offence proved. You know that. A magistrate presented with a minor procedural non-compliance will impose a proportionate penalty. A court presented with a deliberate falsification of a chart, a document that can sink a ship, will impose a penalty matching that far graver harm. That is how our criminal law works. Comparable jurisdictions, Australia, New Zealand, and United Kingdom, impose maximum penalties of similar or greater magnitude in single-tier structures indistinguishable from Clause 14. The drafting is orthodox. The Honourable Member's fifth point concerned the definition of plot of land at Clause 2, which reaches both land and water. That breadth is intentional. Hydrographic survey work does not stop neatly at the high-level watermark. A tide gauge on a beachfront concession, a control station on a pas géométrique, a survey traverse across a lagoon, each requires the definition to reach both land and adjacent water. Narrowing it would create gaps in the operational reach of the service. Gaps falling inevitably in exactly the coastal zones where hydrographic knowledge is most urgent. The protections he sought for holders of pas géométrique and beachfront concessions reside, as I have explained, in the general law, not in any narrower definition at Clause 2. The Honourable Member made one further intervention that I feel bound to address, as he made a passage of it in French. Permit me to answer, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the same language. L'honorable membre a rappelé à cette Chambre, avec une gravité qui l'honore, 2 naufrages sur les récifs d'une même île, le Saint-Géran, il y a plus de 2 siècles au large de Poudre d'Or, et le Wakashio en juillet 2020 à Pointe-Desny avec ses 1000 tonnes de fuel déversées dans le lagon de Blue Bay. Il a demandé, I quote, « Les choses ont-elles vraiment changé entre les deux ?» Ma réponse, Madame, Monsieur le Vice-président, est-ce que ce projet de loi correctement appliqué fait partie de la manière dont notre gouvernement répond à cette question? Non pas à lui seul, mais comme l'une des pièces essentielles d'un dispositif plus large, aux côtés de l'autorité portuaire, du National Coast Guard, du ministère de l'Environnement et de nos partenaires internationaux. The fact that the honourable member said what has changed between those two, for a fact, a lot has changed. You will never, ever see a government stoop so low as the ones you're sitting behind did for the Wakashio disaster. You know, and you, I know, agree how disastrous they led this country and how they created disaster, and thank God we got rid of those monsters. You know very well. The honourable member asked whether such clause 4, and I wouldn't sit behind them very long, come front, as to whether clause 4 should be amended to require explicit coordination with the Ministry of Environment. No such amendment is necessary. Clause 4 confers on the MHS the functions and powers necessary to further its objectives most effectively. And those functions include, by their necessary operation, coordination with every arm of government whose portfolio bears on the safety of our waters, to insert a specific reference to one ministry would by implication exclude the many others whose cooperation is equally necessary. The Coast Guard, the Port Authority, the Ministry of Blue Economy, the Meteorological Services, the Mauritius Oceanography Institute. That is the danger of legislative specificity in a clause designed for legislative reach. Clause 4 is drafted broadly and purposively so that it captures all such cooperation, not merely a specified subset of it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I turn to the intervention of Honourable François, a speech which demonstrated precisely why this House benefits from having a graduate surveyor technician amongst its members. His contribution was technical, specific to road rigs, and constructive. The concerns he has raised are concerns this government shares, and I'd like also to thank the Honourable Colette for her contribution that have been very constructive, and I listened very, very carefully. They remind us that the hydrographic history of road rigs stretching back to Bonn in 1780, Lieutenant Russell in 1822, Surveyor Shearwater in 1874, and the map published by the British Navy hydrographer Evans in February 1876. That history is not antiquarian detail. It is the reason why, of the 14 ENCs produced for Mauritius to date, 3 cover road rigs and 2 cover Agalega. The Honourable Member, François, raised specific operational matters which I address not by amending the bill, which is not necessary, but by placing on the record my understanding of how they fit within the framework the bill establishes. On Port Maturin, the Honourable Member observed that the last maintenance dredging of the main channel was in 1990, and the annex channel in 2009. That is a legitimate operational concern, and precisely the kind of concern that the MHS once established under Clause 3 and mandated under Clause 4 will be well placed to address. Port Maturin will be among the operational priorities that the service, in consultation with the Mauritius Ports Authority and the Road Rigs Regional Assembly, considers. I do not propose to constrain the Chief Hydrographer in advance of his appointment by tabling a fixed timeline from here. What I can say is that the concern will not be lost. It will be considered, and considered seriously. On SEMPA and the survey requirements of Rodrigues, the Honourable Member identified bathymetric characterization of the lagoon, sedimentation of the navigable channels, current parameter monitoring, and hydrographic coverage of Blanc de l'Est and Hawkins Bank. Each falls squarely within the functions of the service under Clause 4. They are legitimate matters for the service to address as part of its operational work program, and the chief hydrographer is setting priorities, will do so in the light of the needs of the entire Republic, Rodrigues prominently among them. On Rodriguan officers within the service, I want to be candid. I am not prepared to write into this bill a particular operational substructure, because to do so would tie the hands of the chief hydrographer, not yet appointed, but I share the sentiment. The service of this bill establishes will be a service for the whole Republic. It will draw its officers from the whole Republic. The staffing under Clause 6 permits the supervising officer to designate such officers as may be necessary. And there is nothing in the bill, and nothing in this government's intention, that would exclude the participation of Rodriguan officers in that designation. The service will be a national service, and Rodrigues is indeed part of this nation. On the digital ocean information ecosystem, the Honourable Member described Clause 4 includes the exchange, access control and sharing of hydrographic data. That is the statutory foundation on which an ecosystem can be built in cooperation with the meteorological services, the Mauritius Oceanography Institute, the Ports Authority and the technical services of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly. The bill does not prescribe the technical form of that cooperation, nor should it, but it opens the way. On climate resilience, the Honourable Member, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, reminded us that more than 37 kilometres of our coastline, 17.6% of the total, is affected by erosion. The Honourable Minister of Environment also made reference to those figures. And that we are committed to a blue carbon inventory of our EEZ by 2035. The connection with this bill is direct. A service established under Clause 3, mandated under Clause 4, holding data vested in the Republic under Clause 8, is precisely the vehicle through which the evidence base for coastal defence and the blue carbon inventory will be assembled. Monsieur le Vice-président, je ne saurais conclure sans reprendre à mon compte l'observation de l'honorable membre pour Rodrigue. Nous débattons aujourd'hui, c'était le 14 juillet, un programme de loi maritime. Et I must say that I was quite impressed by the remarks made from the member for Rodrigues on the 14th of July and the member for Rodrigues today as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Honourable Member for Montagne Blanche and Grande Rivière Sud-Est closed this intervention with an old maritime saying attributed to John A. Shedd. I quote, "A ship in harbour is safe, but that is not what ships are built for." He said rightly that this bill was not built to sit safely in harbour and be examined. It was built to sail. This bill is ready to sail, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the form in which the government has laid it before this House. It has been carefully prepared, carefully consulted, and carefully drafted to sit correctly within the general law of the Republic. It answers within its four corners every concern that has been raised in this debate, some by express provision, others by necessary operation of its clauses within our broader legal order. It does not, in the government's respectful view, require amendment. I thank the Honourable First Member for Montagne Blanche Grande Rivière Sud-Est for the contribution and his seriousness. I thank every other member who has spoken, my two minister colleagues as well. And I'd like to state the following, that neither member's concern will be lost. They will all remain part of the record against which the service is held to account through the ordinary instruments of this House and through the ordinary channels of ministerial responsibility. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You have to commend the bill to the House.
To the House, okay.
Seconded. The question is that the Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill number 11 of 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills Committee stage.
Please use your seats. Be seated.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, establishment of MHS. Clause 4, functions and powers of MHS. Clause 5, chief hydrographer of MHS. Clause 6, staff of MHS. Clause 7, hydrographic survey. Clause 8, data submission and data ownership. Clause 9, official nautical charts and marine geospatial information. Clause 10, powers of entry. Clause 11, powers of minister. Clause 12, protection from liability. Clause 13, confidentiality. Clause 14, offences. Clause 15, regulations. Clause 16, savings. Clause 17, commencement.
The question is that clauses 1 to 17 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill number 11 of 2026 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Please be seated. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill number 11 of 2026 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public Bills, third reading.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I move that the Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill number 11 of 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded. The question is that the Mauritius Hydrographic Services Bill number 11 of 2026 be read the third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We'll break for half an hour.
Bill's second reading.
Yes, Honourable Attorney-General.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 10 of 2026 be read a second time. This bill, Madam Speaker, reveals once more the extent to which this government is prepared to go to afford protection to its citizens and in the same breath send a clear, unambiguous message that it will not shy away from its charted course of making justice accessible to all. This has been this government's mantra, and we are forging ahead with a view to provide cover to the more vulnerable, yet ensuring that liberties and freedoms are not curtailed. This balance, Madam Speaker, has been since December 2024 the hallmark of the various pieces of legislation which have been brought to this House. Now, this conveniently brings me to the famous words of Mandela, who in his first address to a democratically elected parliament in South Africa in 1994 said, and I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression," unquote. Madam Speaker, this bill is about the most brutal form of oppression there is: violence, rape, killing, and more importantly, about the place where it hides best, the family unit. But we are not reinventing the wheel here. We're refining the law, we are dotting the I's and crossing the T's, thereby ensuring that the most horrific and despicable crimes are punished for what they are. Madam Speaker, homicides and rapes have been on our statute books for a long time now. And when one goes through the proposed amendments today, while one will not find the words femicide or feminicide, nor will one read the words marital rape. Yet we are catering for these very crimes, but not just for those. This bill is the companion to the Domestic Abuse Act, which this House has already considered in past. Together they form a single legislative undertaking to ensure that our criminal law names, confronts, and punishes with the full weight it deserves violence committed against a person by those closest to her, in the home, in the family, in a relationship. It addresses, inter alia, two distinct evils, and I shall address them in turn. Firstly, feminicide, the killing of a woman in the particular context of intimacy and family, and secondly, marital rape. They are separate wrongs, separately provided for in this bill, but as I shall show to the House, they are branches of the same crawler, intertwined and overlapping. The bill, Madam Speaker, does three things. First, it inserts a new section 222A in the Criminal Code, providing that a person convicted of murder or attempted murder shall, where the court is satisfied that aggravating circumstances exist and has entered them on the record of the proceedings as findings, the convicted person must be sentenced to penal servitude, which shall not be less than 15 years. It inserts a new section 223A providing for penal servitude, which shall not be less than 10 years for manslaughter or attempted manslaughter committed in the same aggravating circumstances. And third, Madam Speaker, it amends section 249 to provide, notwithstanding any other enactment, that it shall not be a defence for a person charged with rape as he was at the time of the offence, if he was at the time of the offence civilly or religiously married to the complainant, and it provides for enhanced penalties of 10 to 45 years of penal servitude where rape is committed in such aggravating circumstances. Put in plain language, Madam Speaker, it means this. If a man kills his wife, partner, mother of his children, a woman living under the same roof, the sentence goes up and goes up heavily. Mind you, killing anyone, male or female, has always been a crime. But what is being done now is spelling out a number of aggravating circumstances that the court can find exists in the evidence elicited before it, and the court shall then sentence the accused found guilty of the crime in such aggravating circumstances to a more severe penalty. If anyone has non-consensual sex with his lawful wedded wife, companion, partner, girlfriend, he can no longer tell the police, the prosecutor, or the judge, we are together, we live together, it's normal. No, it's not normal. It is in fact worse. The law now spells out the very circumstances that ensure that no man can claim that a wedding ring brings about les obligations du mariage, entailing an implied condition that a man can have his way with his wife, companion, partner, as and when he feels like it, irrespective of the wish of the woman. Now, Madam Speaker, of course some may ask, well, murder is already murder. Why does the law need to recognize that particular crime, femicide? Because, Madam Speaker, for centuries the law has said less. The killing of a woman by her husband was often treated as a crime passionnel, a private tragedy, a matter of honor. The aggravating circumstances set out in the new sections 222A and 223A speak for themselves. The offender was married to the victim, lived with her, was engaged to her, had a child with her, shared a household. The victim had suffered acts of domestic abuse within the meaning of the new Domestic Abuse Act 2026. She was pregnant, elderly, disabled, or a child. The offender was her parent or a person in a position of trust, power, or authority over her. In simple terms, Madam Speaker, the closer the offender stood to the victim and the more defenseless she was, the harsher the punishment will be. What this House is being here asked to recognize in the language of our own criminal code, the reality the world has come to call femicide, the killing of a woman because she is a woman, more often than not, by the very men who claimed to love her. Some countries have written a brand new crime into their statute book. Others, like us, as the 2024 United Nations Femicide Report recognized, have taken the crimes that already exist and made the punishment fit the betrayal. Both roads lead to the same destination. Madam Speaker, the House should not be asked to legislate on sentiment alone. I think I ought to place the figures on record. According to the World Health Organization, about 1 in 3 women worldwide has experienced physical or sexual violence in her lifetime, most often at the hands of an intimate partner. The most recent joint report of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and UN Women estimates that in 2024, around 50,000 women and girls were killed by intimate partners or family members. Roughly 60% of all intentional killings of women, an average of 137 every single day, 1 every 10 minutes. By the time I finish this speech, Madam Speaker, somewhere in the world, 3 or 4 more women will have been killed by a member of their own household. The facts are chilling. And the burden falls heaviest in our own region, Africa, which records the highest rate of intimate partner and family-related femicide in the world, at 3 victims per 100,000 women, double the rate of the Americas and 6 times that of Europe. And what about Mauritius, Madam Speaker? The figures compiled from police records and reported in our national press are indeed very alarming. At least 24 women killed by a partner, an ex-partner, or a family member since 2020, 9 in 2025 alone. The increase is, of course, a reflection of our society. But more importantly, 4 already this year. Behind these numbers, Madam Speaker, stand names this House knows, because we all, the whole country, wept over them. Sheena, Sujaya, Marie-Joëlle, Nosheen, Shivani, Electra, Yogeshwari, and most recently, Sneha. Madam Speaker, I read those names into Hansard deliberately. A law against femicide begins with the women we did not save. And Madam Speaker, the wider picture is no less sobering. 1 in 4 Mauritian women has experienced some form of gender-based violence, a figure confirmed by the High-Level Committee on the Elimination of Gender-Based Violence and by the UN in Mauritius. Between 2013 and 2016, 7,758 domestic violence cases were brought before the courts. In 2022, the ministry responsible for gender equality recorded 5,381 reported cases of domestic violence, of which 4,374 were reported by women. The UNDP has estimated that gender-based violence costs this country some 2 billion rupees every year. That is the equivalent of 0.6% of our GDP in healthcare, social services, and lost productivity. And Madam Speaker, an Afrobarometer survey published in 2024 found that nearly 7 in 10 Mauritians say domestic violence must be treated as a criminal matter and not a private one. That is what precisely this bill does. The government, Madam Speaker, has listened, has heard, and now acts. It is delivering the legal framework necessary to recognize the ill, point to the defaulters, and give the tools to the court to act discriminately when the aggravating circumstance is present. Madam Speaker, it is not only the legislature that has seen this reality. Our own judiciary has named it. On the 10th of December of last year, on International Human Rights Day no less, the Supreme Court delivered a judgment in the case of the killing of a lady known to her family and now to the whole nation as Sheena. She was 24. She had separated from a violent husband, rebuilt her life, taken up employment, and he followed her there at a place of employment. He harassed her. She sought the assistance of the police on several occasions, the last time on 5th of November 2019, 3 days before he abducted her, brutalized her, subjected her to sexual violence, and killed her in a sugarcane field. In sentencing him upon his guilty plea to murder, to penal servitude for life, the maximum sentence known to our law, the learned judge described the case in terms that will echo for years as, and I quote, a horrifying case of femicide, and observed that Mauritius has in recent years witnessed a deeply troubling rise in violent attacks on women, particularly by partners or former partners. The court, Madam Speaker, laid down a principle that this bill now carries into statute. And I quote what the court said: "Women in Mauritius are not the property of those who once lived with them. Their autonomy is not conditional, and their refusal to submit to control cannot be a death sentence." Madam Speaker, when the highest court of the land uses the word femicide and pronounces the maximum sentence the law provided for, the message to this assembly is unmistakable. The judiciary has done its part with the tools it has. It is for Parliament to sharpen those tools. That is why the new sections 222A and 223A do. They take what the Supreme Court recognized in a courtroom and make it the settled written law of the Republic for every courtroom. Madam Speaker, if the last decade has taught us anything, it is that violence in the home surges precisely when society is under strain. The COVID-19 pandemic provided the grimmest of national experiments. UN Women called it the shadow pandemic. In France, for example, reported domestic violence cases rose by 30% after the March 2020 lockdown. In Argentina, emergency calls rose by 25%. In the UK, domestic abuse killings more than doubled in the first 2 months of confinement. UN Women predicted that every 3 months of continued lockdown would expose an additional, listen to this very carefully, 15 million women to violence worldwide. Across the ocean in South Africa, President Ramaphosa read to his nation the names of 21 women and children murdered in a single fortnight of lockdown and declared gender-based violence his country's second pandemic. Mauritius was not spared, Madam Speaker. Statistics Mauritius recorded that reported cases of gender-based violence during the period March to May 2020 lockdown spiked 5-fold compared to the same period in 2018 and 2019. In April 2021, the then Minister of Gender Equality announced 293 reported cases of domestic violence in a span of just 18 days. Think of what those numbers mean in ordinary life. The order, stay home, stay safe, was for thousands of Mauritian women an order to stay locked in with the most dangerous person they knew. The pandemic did not create this violence. It revealed it, it concentrated it, and stripped away the escape routes. Madam Speaker, I asked the House to look forward as well as back because the conditions that fuel this violence are set to intensify. A systematic review published in the Lancet Planetary Health in 2022, covering 41 studies, found that extreme weather events, storms, floods, droughts, heat waves, are associated with increased gender-based violence through economic shock, displacement, and stress. A 2025 United Nations report highlighted a study finding a 28% increase in femicide during heat waves. A large study covering India, Pakistan, and Nepal, tracking nearly 195 women, found that each 1 degree rise in average temperature was associated with an increase of more than 6% in physical and sexual intimate partner violence. And lastly, modeling published by the Spotlight Initiative projects that in 2-degree warming scenario, an additional 40 million women and girls will experience intimate partner violence each year by 2080. Madam Speaker, what do these figures mean for us? In words every Mauritian will understand. We are a small island developing state, a small island on the front line of climate change. We know cyclones, torrential rains, days of confinement, when the whole family is shut indoors with tempers fraying. Science now tells us plainly, each of these will put more women in danger inside their own homes. We have lived through one pandemic, and the epidemiologists tell us to prepare for others. A responsible legislator, Madam Speaker, does not wait for the next lockdown, the next cyclone season, the next crisis, to discover once again that its criminal law was not equal to the moment. We legislate now so that when the pressure comes, the law is already standing guard. In enacting those provisions, Madam Speaker, Mauritius joins a broad and accelerating international movement. 18 countries of Latin America have written the crime of femicide or feminicide into their laws. In Europe, Italy, Malta, Cyprus, Belgium, and Croatia have followed suit in recent years. Madam Speaker, the direction of travel is thus unmistakable. Modern legal systems no longer treat the intimate killing of women as ordinary homicide because they have understood that it is not ordinary. It is patterned, foreseeable, and preventable. Sheena reported a killer to the police 3 days before she died. That is what patterned and foreseeable means. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the second limb of the bill, and I begin with a question many are probably asking. Why should the law need to address rape within marriage specifically? The honest answer is rather uncomfortable, because for centuries the law refused to see any rape within marriage at all. The old common law doctrine articulated by Sir Matthew Hale in the 18th century held that by the contract of marriage a wife gave her irrevocable consent to intercourse with her husband. Consent once pronounced at the altar could never be withdrawn. A husband on that reasoning was legally incapable of raping his wife. In ordinary words, Madam Speaker, the law pretended by saying yes once on a wedding day, a woman had to say yes forever to everything in every circumstance. That doctrine has cast a long shadow over legal systems across the Commonwealth, including our own. Our Criminal Code of 1838 is the direct descendant of the French Penal Code of 1810, and it is therefore instructive that French law itself has travelled the very road this bill now takes. Under the Code Civil in France, the duties of marriage, fidelity and communauté de vie under Articles 212 and 215 gave rise to the jurisprudential notion of the devoir conjugal, from which the courts long inferred a standing presumption of consent between spouses. French criminal law dismantled that edifice step by step. The Court of Cassation first recognized in 1990 and then confirmed in 1992 that a husband could be convicted of the rape of his wife. The law of the 4th of April 2006 wrote into the Code Penal that the presumption of consent between spouses holds only until proof of the contrary, and made the spousal or partner relationship an aggravating circumstance of rape. 4 years later, in July 2010, it abolished the presumption altogether, so that today, under Article 222 alinéa 24 of the French Code Penal, rape committed by a spouse, partner, or paxé attracts a heavier penalty, 20 years of réclusion criminelle instead of 15 for rape by a stranger. And Madam Speaker, in 2025, the transformation was completed at both ends. First, the European Courts of Human Rights in HW in France condemned the surviving civil law notion of the devoir conjugal as incompatible with sexual autonomy and human dignity. And second, the French Parliament, in the wake of the recent Pellicot trial, rewrote the definition of rape itself around the absence of free consent. In short, Madam Speaker, the very legal tradition which our criminal code is drawn has moved from treating marriage as a shield to treating it as an aggravation, which is precisely the inversion that Clause 5 of this bill now accomplishes in Mauritius. Madam Speaker, Section 249 of our criminal code criminalizes rape, but it has never defined it. The definition has been left to jurisprudence, and the constituent element at the heart of that jurisprudence is the absence of consent. Herein lies the limitation. Because the statute is silent, the marital relationship has remained available as an argument. The suggestion that marriage itself supplies consent, or at least raises a presumption of it. The complainant who is a wife has, therefore, not stood before the law on the same footing as any other complainant. Her marriage certificate could be turned into a husband's shield. Other jurisdictions confronted this fiction long ago, Madam Speaker. Sweden in 65, Canada in 83, Australia in the early 1990s. In 1991, the celebrated case of R&R in the House of Lords, the highest court of England at the time swept away the marital exemption, holding that the status of husband confers no immunity from the law of rape. And may I quote Lord Keith, who declared, and I quote, "Marriage is in modern times regarded as a partnership of equals, and no longer one in which the wife must be the subservient chattel of the husband," unquote. A chattel, Madam Speaker, is a piece of property, is it not? A thing that is owned. The highest judges of England therefore said 35 years ago that a wife is not a thing. Within our region, Madam Speaker, South Africa legislated in 93, followed by Namibia, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Kenya, and Malawi. By 2019, approximately 150 countries had criminalized marital rape, but yet, in roughly 4 out of 10 countries, the home remains, in law, a place where a wife may be violated with impunity. Mauritius, until today, has never placed the principle beyond doubt in its statute book. This bill does so, and places us unambiguously on the right side of that line. Let me at this stage, Madam Speaker, turn to the current state of the penalties. Under Section 2491 of the Criminal Code, as amended in 2008, a person convicted of rape is liable to penal servitude for a term of not less than 10 years. And the Intermediate Court has jurisdiction to inflict penal servitude for a term of up to 40 years, with power to order consecutive sentences not exceeding 40 years. These are indeed serious penalties, but the law makes no distinction where the offender is the very person who shared the victim's bed, her home, and more importantly, her trust. What does this bill change, Madam Speaker? Two things, and both are absolutely fundamental. Firstly, the new Section 2491A provides that notwithstanding any other enactment, that it shall not be a defense for a person charged with rape that he was at the time of the offense civilly or religiously married to the complainant. The words are deliberately unambiguous, Madam Speaker. Marriage, whether civil or religious, is no longer a shield. We are not creating a separate, lesser offense of marital rape. Rape is rape, and consent means the same thing inside a marriage as outside it. Secondly, what this bill does is that it goes further and inverts the old logic entirely. Under the new Section 2491C, where the court is satisfied that aggravating circumstances exist and enters them on the record as a finding, it shall have jurisdiction to inflict penal servitude for a term of not less than 10 years and not exceeding 45, with consecutive sentences permitted up to 45. And what are those aggravating circumstances, Madam Speaker? The new Section 2491F lists them: that the offender was married to the complainant, civilly or religiously, that they lived together as a couple, that they were in an intimate personal relationship, that the complainant was subject to acts of domestic abuse within the meaning of the Domestic Abuse Act of 26, that the complainant was pregnant, vulnerable, disabled, or a child. Consider what that means, Madam Speaker. The very relationship that the old law treated as a defense becomes under this bill a reason for a heavier sentence. Intimacy is no longer mitigation, it is an aggravation. Because the betrayal of trust by a husband or partner is not a lesser wrong than rape by a stranger, it is in many respects a graver one. The victim is attacked in the one place she is entitled to feel safest, by the one person sworn to protect her. Now, the honourable members in this House may ask, but how many cases of marital rape occur in Mauritius? Madam Speaker, I must give the House a candid answer. No official statistics exist, and it cannot exist, for the simple reason that our law has never named the act. A police officer cannot record an offence the statute does not recognise. A wife cannot report a crime the law tells her is not a crime. That it is what is not named is not counted, and what is not counted is not seen. But the House should not mistake the absence of a statistic for the absence of a reality. The proxy indicators we do have point in one direction. In 2022, Madam Speaker, 612 cases of sexual violence and exploitation were reported to the authorities in Mauritius, 93% of them involving female victims, and the research consistently tells us that most sexual violence against women is committed not by strangers but by partners and family members. Globally, the United Nations estimates that 1 in 4 women aged 15 to 49 has experienced physical or sexual violence at the hands of a current or a former husband or intimate partner. Madam Speaker, there is no reason, none at all, to believe that Mauritian marriages are miraculously exempt from a pattern found in every country ever surveyed. Our own civil society workers say it plainly. Marital rape remains taboo in Mauritius. It is lived by women in silence. Indeed, one of the quiet benefits of Clause 5 is precisely statistical. Once the law names the act, the police can record it, the Gender-Based Violence Observatory can count it, and this House can, in future years, legislate on evidence rather than on silence. Now, Madam Speaker, I can anticipate a fair question from honourable members and the public. how does this work in practice? What happens in the courtroom in countries where marital rape has been an offense for decades? The answer should reassure the House because the experience abroad shows a law that is serious but not reckless. In England and Wales, since R&R, referred to earlier on in my intervention, in the Sexual Offences Act of 2003, rape within marriage is prosecuted exactly like any other rape. The prosecution must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the complainant did not consent. Consent meaning an agreement by choice, with the freedom and capacity to choose, and that the accused did not reasonably believe she consented. In plain terms, the wedding ring changes nothing in the accused's favor, but nothing against him either. He enjoys the same presumption of innocence, the same right to test the evidence as any other accused. Canada takes the same approach, the Crown bearing the full burden of proof. South Africa's Sexual Offences Act states simply that the marital relationship is no defense and the ordinary law evidence applies, and when men are convicted after the decision in R&R, men who were convicted after this decision of R&R in UK complained to the European Court of Human Rights. The court unanimously rejected their complaint, holding that ending the husband's immunity conformed, and I quote, not only with the civilized concept of marriage, but also, above all, with the fundamental objectives of the Convention, the very essence of which is respect for human dignity and human freedom, unquote. Madam Speaker, the experience of these jurisdictions also teaches candor. Prosecutions for rape within marriage are not easy, precisely because they typically occur behind closed doors without witnesses. Conviction rates are modest everywhere. But no serious legal system has concluded from that difficulty that the offense should not exist. We do not decriminalize theft because some thefts are hard to prove. The difficulty of proof protects the innocent. It is no argument for granting immunity to the guilty. Now, Madam Speaker, that brings me directly to a concern I've heard voiced out and which deserves a straight answer rather than a dismissive one. Could this law be misused? Could a wife, in the bitterness of a failing marriage or a contested divorce, fabricate an accusation to punish or pressure a husband? Let me be as clear as possible. First, the presumption of innocence guaranteed by Section 10 of our Constitution applies in full. An accusation is not a conviction. Second, the burden of proof lies on the prosecution to the standard of proof beyond reasonable doubt, the highest known to our law. Third, no case reaches a courtroom automatically. Every prosecution passes through a police inquiry and the constitutional filter of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Fourth, the accused keeps every right available to the defense. Available to the defense, right to counsel, right to silence, right to cross-examination, right to appeal if he is convicted. Fifth, and this must be said clearly, our criminal law already punishes false and malicious denunciations and accusations, giving false evidence and taking false oaths. A person who fabricates a rape allegation commits serious offences and is liable to prosecution and imprisonment. Nothing in this bill touches that. And sixth, Madam Speaker, even upon conviction, the enhanced sentences are not automatic. The court must itself be satisfied that aggravating circumstances exist and must enter them formally on the record as a finding, a written, reviewable, appealable act of judicial reasoning. So, Madam Speaker, the honest summary is this. This bill removes one thing and one thing only, the automatic immunity of the husband. It does not lower the standard of proof by a single degree. It does not shift the burden. It does not create any presumption against the accused. The comparative experiences of England, Canada, South Africa, and dozens of other countries over the last half a century shows no epidemic of false marital rape convictions. What it shows overwhelmingly is the opposite problem: victims who never come forward at all. Our safeguards must protect the innocent men, and they do. They must not be used as excuse to abandon the violated woman, and after today, Madam Speaker, they will not be. Now, Madam Speaker, I would like to say a word on principle, because the point deserves to be made in this House without equivocation. Marriage, civil or religious, is a union of two free persons. It is not a transfer of ownership over a woman's body. Consent given at the altar before the civil status officer or under the rights of any safe practice in our rainbow nation is not consent given for all time and in all circumstances. A wife who says no has the same right to the protection of the criminal law as any other woman or man for that matter. And to those who worry that this provision intrudes upon the sanctity of marriage or upon religion, I offer two answers. The first comes from late Pope Francis himself, who declared in his homily of the 1st of January 2022, and I quote, "Violence against women is an insult to God," unquote. No faith practice in Mauritius, none, teaches that a husband may brutalize his wife. It is not the criminal law that violates the sanctity of marriage, it is rape that violates it. The second answer, Madam Speaker, concerns shame, because shame in this country has too often been placed on the wrong shoulders. For generations, when a wife was violated by a husband, it was she who lowered her eyes. It is she who kept silent for fear of what the family would say, what the neighbors would whisper. She who was asked, even at the police station, why did she wish to make trouble in her own marriage? Whereas the man went to work the next day, head held high. On the other hand, the woman carried his crime as it was her disgrace. That is the quiet perversion this clause brings to end. From today, we shift the shame from the victim, where it never belonged, and settle where it should always have belonged, on the man who violated. After today, no law of Mauritius will protect him. Madam Speaker, I have kept femicide and marital rape in separate parts of this speech because they are distinct wrongs with distinct provisions in the bill. But the House must understand where they meet, because they do meet with terrible regularity. The United Nations tells us that femicide is rarely a bolt from the blue. It typically sets at the end of a continuum that begins with control, humiliation, beating, sexual violence within a relationship. The wife who is raped by a husband today is too often the woman who is killed by him tomorrow. We saw it now in the Supreme Court, Madam Speaker. Before Sheena was killed, she was subjected by her former husband to the very sexual violence this bill addresses. And the bill's architecture reflects that continuum deliberately. Prior acts of domestic abuse aggravate the sentence for rape under Section 2491F. The same act aggravates the sentence for murder and manslaughter under 22A and 223A. And rape within the relationship is itself an act of domestic abuse under the Domestic Abuse Act. Plainly, Madam Speaker, the law will now see the whole chain, not just its last fatal link, and it will punish every link more heavily than before. That is how femicide is prevented, not at the graveside, but at the first blow, the first violation, the first police report. Madam Speaker, this bill, it is important to note, also discharges obligations that Mauritius has freely undertaken before the international community. We acceded to CEDAW in 1984. Its committee has made clear in General Recommendations 19 and 35 that gender-based violence, including marital rape, must be criminalized and punished by sanctions commensurate with its gravity. And in 2008, it pressed Mauritius on precisely those gaps. We have ratified the Maputo Protocol, whose Article 4 requires states to enact and enforce laws prohibiting all forms of violence against women. In the words of the protocol, and I quote, whether the violence takes place in private or in public, unquote. Madam Speaker, there is no clearer mandate for the criminalization of violence within marriage and the home. We subscribe to the SADC regional commitment to strengthen national legislation against gender-based violence and to the Beijing Platform for Action and Sustainable Development Goal 5.2. We signed our name to these promises before the world. Today, we keep our word. Madam Speaker, may I close by returning to Nelson Mandela. When speaking to a march of men, predominantly men, Madam Speaker, in Pretoria in 1997, he said, and I quote, "As long as we take the view that these are problems for women alone to solve, we cannot expect to reverse the high incidence of rape and child abuse. We will not defeat the scourge that affects each and every one of us until we succeed in mobilizing the whole of our society to fight it," unquote. This bill is not a bill for women only, Madam Speaker. It is a bill for Mauritius, for our daughters and for our sons, for the kind of country we intend to be. Behind every figure I have cited today, there is a name, a face, a family in mourning, children left without a mother. The women of this country do not ask us for pity, they ask us for protection and for a law that sees them. For too long, Madam Speaker, the walls of the home have marked the boundary of the criminal law's courage. This bill, together with the Domestic Abuse Act, tears that boundary down. It says to every woman in Mauritius, your consent belongs to you. On your wedding day and on every day thereafter, your home is not a lawless place. Your life is not worthless because the hand raised against you wears a wedding ring. And it says to every perpetrator, in terms no one can misunderstand, there is no sanctuary in a marriage certificate, and the intimacy you betrayed will not mitigate your crime. It will aggravate it. Madam Speaker, with these words, I commend the bill to the House.
Let it be seconded. Who's seconding? Yes. Honourable Minister for Environment. Thank you. Yes. Honourable Member for Bakwa-Floréal.
Yes. Madame la Présidente, nous soutenons ce projet de loi. Il marque une avancée importante en supprimant enfin toute possibilité d'invoquer le mariage comme défense à une accusation de viol. Cette évolution était attendue depuis longtemps et mérite d'être saluée. Le texte alourdit les peines et ajoute des circonstances aggravantes. Ce sont des pas réels et nous les saluons. Mais je voudrais attirer l'attention de cette Chambre sur une absence qui me semble fondamentale. Ce projet de loi augmente les peines, il ajoute des circonstances aggravantes, il renforce la répression, mais il ne répond pas à une question essentielle. Qu'est-ce qui constitue un viol? Notre Criminal Code punit, je cite, le crime de viol sans jamais le définir. Il ne dit nulle part ce qu'est un viol, ni ce qu'est le consentement. Rape is rape, disait un peu plus tôt l'Attorney-General, mais qu'est-ce que le rape? La loi ne le définit pas. Alors, faute de définition, nos tribunaux vont chercher la définition ailleurs. Il l'a mentionné lui-même, il se tourne vers une doctrine française héritée du XIXe siècle. Et selon cette doctrine, le viol est une chose très étroitement définie. Selon cette doctrine, le viol se définit par la pénétration vaginale d'une femme par un homme imposé par la violence. C'est aujourd'hui encore le droit applicable à Maurice et les conséquences, Madame la Présidente, sont considérables. Cela signifie qu'un homme ne peut pas être reconnu victime de viol. Ça signifie également qu'une femme ne peut jamais en être reconnue l'auteur, tout au plus complice. Une pénétration orale, anale ou commise avec un objet n'est pas un viol selon cette définition. L'acte anal, lui, est renvoyée à la section 250, celle de la sodomie, où est mélangée la relation consentie et l'acte forcé. Et surtout, cette conception du viol place le regard sur la victime. Cette conception demande, s'est-elle suffisamment débattue? Sa résistance avait-elle, je cite, un caractère sérieux, comme le dit le jugement Gostou? Son refus n'était-il pas, au fond, je cite, de pure forme? Ce sont là les termes mêmes que notre jurisprudence emploie. Voilà le droit que nous appliquons en 2026, une définition écrite par des juristes français il y a plus d'un siècle pour un monde qui n'est plus le nôtre. Et pourtant, la possibilité d'une réforme n'a rien d'une importation. Elle a déjà été proposée ici même, dans ce pays, 2 fois au moins. En 2007, l'Attorney-General d'alors, Ramavalaiden, a déposé devant cette Chambre un Sexual Offences Bill. Non pas quelques amendements, mais une loi entière. Elle définissait le viol par l'absence de consentement, elle définissait le consentement lui-même, elle créait tout un éventail d'infractions dont l'agression sexuelle, la pénétration sexuelle sans consentement, la protection des enfants et des personnes vulnérables. C'était sous le même Premier ministre qu'aujourd'hui, dont je regrette l'absence. Également, je regrette l'absence de la ministre responsable de l'égalité des genres. Ce projet n'a jamais été adopté, malheureusement. En 2019, la Law Reform Commission, saisie par le bureau de l'Attorney-General, est allée plus loin encore. Elle a proposé de réécrire les sections 249 et 250 de notre code pénal. La Law Reform Commission a proposé de définir le viol comme tout acte de pénétration sexuelle, de quelque nature qu'il soit, commis sur la personne d'autrui ou sur la personne de l'auteur sans le consentement d'autrui. Une définition enfin neutre, neutre quant au sexe des personnes, neutre quant à la forme de l'acte. Ce travail, lui aussi, est resté lettre morte. Et depuis, ces 2 textes, à eux seuls, auraient effacé les étroitesses que je viens de décrire. Ils auraient comblé les lacunes. Ils dorment aujourd'hui encore dans les tiroirs. Et depuis qu'ils ont été écrits, l'idée a mûri encore à travers le monde. Car dire que le viol est un acte sans consentement ne suffit pas. Tout dépend de la manière dont la loi comprend le consentement. Ce n'est pas assez de dire absence de consentement. Ce qui est important, c'est comment on prouve cette absence. Les nouvelles lois exigent des éléments clairs et positifs, non seulement une absence de résistance, comme la jurisprudence le dit actuellement. Oui, il l'a mentionné lui-même, l'Attorney-General, les lois changent à travers le monde, mais celle-ci ne va pas assez loin. Grâce aux avancées des mouvements féministes, on sait aujourd'hui que le consentement ne se présume pas. Il ne découle ni du mariage, ni d'une relation amoureuse, ni d'une tenue vestimentaire, ni du silence, ni de l'absence de résistance physique. Il est libre, éclairé, spécifique, préalable et peut être retiré à tout moment. Il ne se déduit jamais de la passivité, ni de cet état de sidération dans lequel la peur fige tant de victimes. Céder n'est pas consentir. Dire oui une fois, ce n'est pas dire oui pour toujours. Et le changement le plus profond au niveau international est celui-ci. Ce n'est plus à la victime de démontrer qu'elle s'est suffisamment débattue. C'est à l'accusé de montrer ce qu'il a fait pour s'assurer du consentement de l'autre. Le regard quitte enfin le corps de la victime pour se poser sur l'acte de l'agresseur. Ce n'est pas une utopie. Il l'a mentionné plus tôt, l'Espagne l'a fait, la Suède l'a fait, la France l'a inscrit dans son code pénal à la fin de l'année 2025, 1 an après le procès Mazan. Ce procès où Gisèle Pellico, en refusant le huis clos, a voulu que la honte change de camp. Le Parlement européen a demandé en avril 2026 que tous les États de l'Union adoptent une définition du viol fondée sur l'absence de consentement et que la loi reconnaisse enfin les réactions de sidération. La Convention d'Istanbul, adoptée en 2011 sous l'égide du Conseil de l'Europe, l'exige déjà dans son article 36. Il demande aux États de définir le viol sur la base de l'absence de consentement librement donné. Et pendant ce temps, une définition du 19e siècle que nous appliquons encore ici. Et une réforme proposée ici même, 2 fois, jamais votée. Tandis qu'ailleurs, les idées n'ont cessé de progresser. Et face à cela, ce projet de loi qui est devant nous ne tranche pas. Il augmente les peines, mais il laisse la définition intacte. Il est d'ailleurs une autre chose que ce projet de loi laisse intacte, Madame la Présidente. En 2023, l'affaire Asic, la Cour suprême a jugé la section 250 de notre Code pénal inconstitutionnelle en ce qu'elle criminalise les actes sexuels consentis entre adultes de même sexe dans la sphère privée. Notre plus haute juridiction a estimé qu'un tel texte, hérité de la colonisation, portait atteinte à l'égalité, à la dignité, sans aller jusqu'à l'invalider pour les relations entre sexes opposés. 2 ans plus tard, ce projet de loi devant nous rouvre le code pénal. Il y insère de nouvelles sections, mais il laisse la section 250 intacte, mot pour mot, la sodomie et la bestialité toujours réunies dans le même article. C'était l'occasion de revoir cet article. Et nul dans cette chambre ne connaît mieux cette question que l'Attorney-General lui-même, qui a plaidé le cas Asic avec succès devant la Cour suprême. Je l'invite donc à aller plus loin et achever ce qu'il a contribué à faire reconnaître. Voilà au fond ce que révèle ce projet de loi, un pas en avant, mais aussi une occasion ratée. Notre droit frappe plus fort, mais sans aller jusqu'au bout de la question. Il continue de faire peser une ombre pénale sur l'amour librement consenti entre adultes, tout en refusant de définir l'imposition sans consentement. Les violences sexuelles ne concernent pas uniquement la répression pénale et les sanctions. Elles concernent qui nous sommes comme société. Elles concernent l'autonomie corporelle, l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes. Elles concernent le respect et la dignité humaine. Reconnaître que chaque personne est seule maîtresse de son corps signifie qu'aucune relation, qu'aucun statut matrimonial et aucune histoire commune ne remplace le consentement. Et cela signifie aussi que l'État n'a pas à s'inviter dans les chambres où 2 adultes s'aiment librement. Ce dont Maurice a besoin, Madame la Présidente, ce n'est pas d'une poignée d'amendements, c'est d'un véritable Sexual Offences Bill, une loi de l'ampleur de celle qui fut proposée en 2007, affûtée à la lumière des travaux de 2019 et des évolutions plus récentes à travers le monde. Une loi qui définisse enfin le viol par l'absence de consentement de manière neutre quant au sexe et quant à l'acte. Ce projet de loi constitue donc un pas en avant, mais il faudra faire en sorte qu'il ne soit pas le dernier. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Yes. Honourable Minister, yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je dois commencer peut-être par informer l'honorable membre qui a d'ailleurs déploré l'absence de la ministre de l'égalité des genres et du bien-être de la famille, et de l'informer que malheureusement l'honorable ministre est souffrante. Cela explique son absence aujourd'hui parmi nous. Madame la Présidente, il y a quelques semaines seulement, cette Assemblée a adopté le Domestic Abuse Bill. Le projet de loi que nous examinons aujourd'hui n'est pas un texte isolé. Il en est le prolongement direct, la conséquence logique et attendue. On ne peut pas légiférer sur les violences domestiques sans affronter une fois pour toutes la question du viol conjugal. Le viol est un crime et dès l'entrée en vigueur de cette loi, le viol conjugal sera reconnu comme tel. Sans équivoque, sans échappatoire, sans défense fondée sur le seul fait du mariage. Désormais, l'obligation de communauté de vie ou de devoir conjugal qui découle directement du mariage, comme prévu d'ailleurs dans notre Code civil mauricien, cessera de primer sur le droit à l'intégrité physique et sexuelle du conjoint. Pourquoi une telle disposition n'existait-elle pas déjà dans notre droit? La réponse tient à l'histoire même de notre Code pénal, largement hérité du Code pénal français du XIXe siècle. À cette époque, le mariage était perçu comme conférant à l'époux un droit quasi automatique aux relations sexuelles. Le consentement de l'épouse était considéré comme acquis une fois pour toutes dès la célébration du mariage. Il était donc juridiquement inconcevable qu'un rapport sexuel entre époux puisse être qualifié de viol. Cette conception archaïque a eu des conséquences bien réelles. Pendant des décennies, les victimes de violences sexuelles au sein du couple n'avaient, chez nous comme ailleurs, aucune protection légale véritable. Le consentement donné au moment du mariage était interprété comme couvrant indéfiniment tous les rapports à venir, sauf en cas de séparation ou d'abandon du domicile conjugal. Ce projet de loi met fin à cette fiction juridique. Il modifie l'article 249 de notre Code pénal pour préciser, noir sur blanc, qu'il ne pourra plus constituer un moyen de défense pour une personne poursuivie pour viol d'invoquer le mariage civil ou religieux avec la plaignante. Il introduit également aux nouveaux articles 222A et 223A des circonstances aggravantes pour le meurtre, la tentative de meurtre, l'homicide involontaire et la tentative d'homicide involontaire lorsque la victime a été soumise à des actes de violence domestique. Le principe qui sous-tend cette réforme est simple. Si ce n'est pas oui, c'est non. Le consentement conjugal repose sur une règle qui ne souffre d'aucune exception. Aucun conjoint ne peut imposer sa volonté à l'autre, y compris et surtout dans la sphère la plus intime. Le mariage ne donne aucun droit absolu sur le corps de l'autre. Ce principe dérange parce qu'il touche à une image du mariage que certains persistent à considérer comme sacrée et intouchable. Dans beaucoup de sociétés encore marquées par une culture patriarcale forte, la nôtre y compris, historiquement, certains ont continué de considérer leurs épouses comme leur propriété. Nommer le viol conjugal dans la loi est un choix politique que beaucoup de législateurs, ici comme ailleurs, n'ont pas eu le courage de faire, parce que la résistance culturelle est réelle et parce que des pressions religieuses et traditionnelles continuent de s'exercer. Cette pression pousse encore trop de femmes à garder le silence face à des abus commis par celui qui devait précisément les protéger. L'ampleur du phénomène n'est pas propre à Maurice. Une enquête menée en France en juillet 2025 par l'Institut IFOP rapportait que près d'un répondant sur 5 déclarait avoir déjà subi un rapport sexuel conjugal contre son gré. Une proportion qui montait à près d'une femme sur 4 et à près d'une jeune femme sur 3 chez les moins de 35 ans. Je n'ai malheureusement pas de chiffres comparables pour notre pays et c'est précisément là que se niche le problème. Le silence organise l'absence de statistiques. On ne peut pas mesurer ce que la loi ne nomme pas. Chez nous, les poursuites judiciaires pour viol conjugal ont toujours été presque inexistantes, précisément parce que cette infraction n'était pas clairement définie dans notre droit. Ce vide n'était pas l'absence du problème, il en était la couverture. Cette réforme n'est pas non plus une improvisation de dernière minute. Elle répond à une exigence formulée depuis longtemps par des instances internationales, dont Maurice est signataire des engagements. Le Comité des Nations Unies contre la torture et le Comité pour l'élimination de la discrimination à l'égard des femmes ont, à plusieurs reprises, exhorté notre pays à aligner sa législation sur ses obligations internationales en la matière. Cette loi y répond enfin. Et je le dis sans détour, Madame la Présidente, cette réforme a été réclamée, documentée, recommandée pendant des années et elle est restée lettre morte sous nos prédécesseurs. Ce gouvernement choisit de ne plus attendre. Je sais que certains de cette Assemblée, comme en dehors, expriment une inquiétude, celle d'une possible instrumentalisation de cette disposition, notamment dans des séparations conflictuelles ou des litiges familiaux, à des fins personnelles ou vindicatives. Je n'ai balayé pas cette inquiétude d'un revers de main. Il est vrai que toute réforme pénale, surtout lorsqu'elle touche aux rapports conjugaux, peut susciter des craintes d'abus. Mais ce risque, aussi légitime soit la question posée, ne peut en aucun cas justifier que nous renoncions à combler un vide juridique dont les conséquences, elles, sont réelles et documentées. Notre système judiciaire dispose déjà de garde-fous solides contre ce type de dérive. La présomption d'innocence, l'obligation d'apporter une preuve au-delà de tout doute raisonnable et la possibilité de poursuivre pour dénonciation calomnieuse ou fausse déclaration. Ces mécanismes existent et ils fonctionnent. Il serait injustifié de perpétuer un vide juridique par peur d'un danger théorique, quand le tabou, lui, est quotidien et rarement dénoncé. Ce projet de loi n'est donc pas une fin en soi. Il est une étape dans une refonte plus large de notre arsenal pénal en matière de violences sexuelles et de genre. Madame la Présidente, cette réforme, des générations de féministes l'ont réclamée. Des femmes qui ont souffert en silence, sans mots pour nommer ce qu'elles vivaient, sans recours pour s'en protéger, l'attendaient. Aujourd'hui, elle devient une réalité dans notre pays. Maurice rejoint la liste des États qui reconnaissent sans réserve que le corps d'une femme mariée lui appartient à elle et à elle seule. Merci.
Yes, Honourable Attorney-General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am glad that the criticism leveled was that j'ai raté une occasion. At least I was not being tagged of having had a double occasion ratée. But let me answer in a more serious tone the Honourable Member for Floréal. And before that, perhaps we can take three snippets from the intervention of my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, where he clearly stated that this law, this amendment to the Criminal Code, is but a prolongement direct et une conséquence logique of the Domestic Abuse Bill. And I may add, these amendments are being brought dans un contexte particulier. Et, again, to highlight what my colleague just said, ce n'est pas une fin en soi. Why do I say this? I say this so that the House is aware that I think a few months ago I did say publicly that we were working on the new sexual offences bill. And I wish to inform the House that this bill has been worked on and is on the cards for the next session. We have other matters to attend to now, and these amendments to the Criminal Code were only brought in order to be a consequential amendment to necessary following the Domestic Abuse Bill. Rest assured that I agree with the first member of L'Oréal that we need a definition of rape and that we cannot continue with what has been a rather difficult definition to come across when one looks at the various judgments of the various courts. So yes, I am of course very much aware of the issues, having myself appeared for the plaintiff in the case of ASIC. I am acutely aware of the fact that there are obviously a lot of bridges to cross in order for us to be able to bring all the amendments that we need to bring. Least of all, as you said, the section 250 of the Criminal Code, which obviously needs a complete review, if not a complete abolition. But that is not for me to decide as a policy. It will have to be for government to decide as a policy. My opinion is my opinion. It might not always be the government's opinion. At least you must accept that. So at the end of the day, I am glad that the House, the Honourable Member for L'Oréal, has recognized that it was des pas réels, un pas en avant, but that we have missed the train. We have not missed the train. The train has not gone through the station yet. That was just one wagon going through. And we are going to make sure that the Sexual Offences Bill is before this House as quickly as possible. And we will address all the issues that you've raised in your intervention, because I agree that they deserve a review, having not only seen what my predecessor had prepared in 2008, but more importantly, the 2019 paper of the Law Reform Commission. As you know, as Attorney-General, I've been the one who has been asking the Law Reform Commission to do a lot of work, and that is why we brought the Law Reform Commission Act recently before Parliament. So rest assured, we will deal with what has to be dealt with at the relevant time. I'm done, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Yes, I commend the bill
Yes,
to the House.
we commend. And again, it is seconded, again by Minister of Environment. The question is that the Criminal Code Amendment number 10, Amendment Bill number 10 of 2026 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Committee stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation.
Sorry?
Clause 3, section 222A, inserted in Principal Act. Clause 4, section 223A, inserted in Principal Act. Clause 5, section 249 of Principal Act amended. Clause 6, commencement.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
Yes, the question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is, I do report to the House that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 10 of 2026 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 10 of 2026 has passed the committee stage without amendments.
Public Bills, third reading.
Honourable Attorney-General, yes?
Madam Speaker, I move that the Criminal Code... Madam Speaker, I move that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 10 of 2026 be read a third time and passed.
Question is seconded by Minister of Housing, yes? The question is that the Criminal Code Amendment Bill number 10 of 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to next Tuesday, the 28th of July at 11:30.
The House stands adjourned. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Ma requête ce soir concerne l'admission et la gestion des patients transférés de Rodrigue vers Maurice, adressée à l'honorable ministre de la Santé. Le processus actuel de transfert implique souvent un parcours épuisant, jusqu'à 8 heures après que les patients arrivent en tant que nouveaux hospitaliers et subissent de longues procédures d'admission. C'est un calvaire. Malgré les recommandations des spécialistes de Rodrigue, les patients attendent souvent des heures aux urgences avant qu'un lit ne leur soit attribué. Une circulaire pour simplifier l'admission et accélérer le transfert des patients existe, mais ces dispositions ne sont pas respectées de manière cohérente. Les investigations et la prise en charge initiale pourraient être menées au sein des salles, garantissant ainsi un plus grand confort, dignité et continuité des soins pour ces patients. Par conséquent, je demande respectueusement à l'honorable ministre d'initier une reconsidération urgente et à renforcer le cadre d'admission pour les transferts de patients de Rodrigue vers Maurice afin de s'assurer un transfert plus fluide, de respecter strictement les provisions du circulaire sur l'accélération des admissions et de distribuer des listes de contrôle de conformité à tous les hôpitaux concernés. Et si le transport médical par Air Mauritius pouvait être priorisé pendant la journée. Quant à la question de validation de fitness to travel by the airline doctor, as per the new guidelines, une consultation entre le airline doctor et le médecin spécialisé référent est recommandée en cas de doute sur l'état du patient. La reconsidération devait aussi traiter les retards administratifs, les écarts de communication et les inefficacités des procédures d'admission après le transfert des patients de Rodrigue vers Maurice pour des soins spécialisés. Je vous remercie.
The second member for Rodrigue can rest assured that the matter raised will be fully taken on board and conveyed to the Minister of Health.
Yes, Honourable Gijan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My request is addressed to the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities regarding an urgent matter concerning the persistent issue of low water pressure affecting some regions in Goodlands, La Grotte, Parmesan, Mosquée Road, and Mapulek-les-Yeux, and at Reservoir Road, Grand Bay. I would therefore request the Minister to give this matter the necessary attention and ensure that residents receive an adequate pressure of water supply. Thank you.
Yes.
Oui, et je rassure l'honorable membre que je reprendrai ces 4 régions-là avec le département de la CWR concernant le Nord.
Yes, Honourable Member. Yes.
Je vous remercie. Ma requête s'adresse au ministre des collectivités locales. Jusqu'à pas plus tard que vendredi dernier, les marchands du bazar de Vacois et les habitants se sont retrouvés à faire leurs courses avec les pieds dans l'eau leur arrivant jusqu'aux chevilles. C'est la même situation qui se répète à chaque grosse pluie. Donc je lui demanderai de bien vouloir s'assurer du nettoyage urgent des drains dans cet endroit et aux alentours, puisqu'il semblerait que les drains soient bouchés. Et évidemment, ça pourrait améliorer leur confort et éviter la propagation de maladies. Merci.
Madam Speaker, I take note of this request.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Bichuk first, then Dr. Cryer.
Yes. Oui, Madame la Présidente, ma requête s'adresse au ministre de l'Agro-Industrie. Dans une question parlementaire datée du 4 février 2025, j'avais soulevé la question de l'absence de réseau de télécommunications dans les régions de Pont-Bon-Dieu, Salazie et Aubuis. Et le 20 février 2025, la Mauritius Telecom a adressé un courrier au ministère de l'Agro-Industrie, leur demandant, puisque ce sont des state lands, des portions de terrain pour y installer des antennes de télécommunications pour améliorer le réseau. Depuis, cette requête est restée lettre morte. Je demanderai à l'honorable ministre de bien vouloir accélérer cette procédure pour résoudre ce problème qui porte préjudice aux habitants de la région. Merci.
Monsieur le ministre.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I take good note, but agricultural land has to be transferred to the Ministry of Land and Housing. Okay? But no, we will coordinate and certainly will accede to your legitimate request. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Brayag.
My request is addressed to the Minister of Land and Transport concerning the site visit that we have conducted at Amiche Gokula Road a year ago, and I'm sure it's in the right procedures. We just want to know when the works will start and how it's going to be, until when it will finish. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, yes, tender procedures has it that it takes a lot of time, but the work in these three locations will start on the 8th of October, in a few days' time. Tenders have already been awarded. 8th of October, sorry. 8th of August. In a few days' time, 8th of August. Tenders have already been awarded and it will be full.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a nice evening.